Good morning. It's 8:30 and we're on day 2 of our second quarterly meeting of the River District and River District acting as enterprise. Welcome, everyone. We've got 2 guests with us from Wyoming County. Siri Roman is the general manager of Eagle River Water and Sand and Upper Eagle Water Authority, and George Gregory, who is the president of Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
And also as well.
And also
James Heath.
James Heath, yes, and Eric Kuhn in the back. So welcome to everyone. And the first thing on our agenda this morning is a presentation by James Heath, Division 5 engineer. We are adding 2 items from yesterday's agenda. The number 8, the community funding partnership applications, and 6B, which is a discussion of the Colorado interstate and federal update from the general manager's report from yesterday. So those will come right before external affairs this morning. So James, turn it over to you.
Good morning. So I don't know that I've got a full hour's worth of information, so I'll open it up right now for questions as I work through my presentation. So if you have something that you want me to chime in on as I talk about a particular topic, please ask me a question, like my train of thought if needed. So hopefully that also allows you to get to those other agenda items a little bit quicker too. And not put you too far off. My name is James Heath. I'm the Division 5 engineer for the Colorado Division of Water Resources. We're based here out of Glenwood Springs. We're in charge of water rights administration in the Colorado River within the boundaries of the state of Colorado, excluding the Gunnison tributary. I was asked by staff today to talk about our staffing and vacancies since we've had quite a bit of turnover and challenges over the last several years. Our 2023 priorities for Division 5. Talk about our 2022 Colorado River administration. Give you a couple of graphs on how well we did as far as administering, which is shown in Cameo Falls this past year. And then walk through the 2023 hydrology. So unfortunately for Scott McGinnis, it's a repeat of what I presented last Thursday at the State of the River. If you do have questions as I work through anything, please chime in. So staffing and vacancies. This is where we started 2022. We had 4 vacancies and 1 position on the permanent hold list. Vacancy savings due to budget constraints. By the end of the calendar year, we were down to 1 official vacancy. We did get notice from one of our staff members about the end of the year that she would be leaving. So we had 2 vacancies coming into the beginning of this year. To get there, we filled 9 vacant positions, and that was encompassing over 7 of our actual positions. So a couple of them we had to fill more than once due to people getting additional offers from outside and moving on from our organization or moving up through our organization. And today will be the first day for our replacement on our augmentation plan team staff. And then we've got confirmation that our water commissioner up on the Grand Mesa will be starting next Monday. So as of next Monday, we will be at full staff for the first time in about 4 years. And some other updates on our staffing as part of the governor's budget that is working its way through the legislature right now. I don't believe the long bill is yet signed, but our portion of the budget has been working through smoothly through the process. In the Colorado River Basin, the Division of Water Resources will be receiving 8.5 positions. 1 position will be for a river operations position here in Division 5. We will also be getting 2 hydrographers to help with stream gauge measurements and measurements of flumes and other measuring devices on ditches, canals, and other structures. So once that budget is formally approved, that funding should become available about July 1st. And hopefully we have those 3 staff members on by this time next year. As far as other West Slope divisions, Division 4, the Gunnison Basin will be getting 1 hydrographer. Division 6, the Yampa Basin, will be getting 1.5 FTEs, one for a river operations coordinator and half a FTE for a hydrographer. I believe they've got a half-time hydrographer that's doing other duties at this time, so that'll round that out to a full position. I don't know where it's going to be based yet. We haven't decided that, but as part of our hydrography team, we'll also be getting an electronics specialist who will help us with all the installations of satellite monitoring and other gauging equipment. New gauges that are looking to be input by federal funding, state funding. There's lots of funding out there right now to improve water measurement and data collection. In our Denver office, we'll also be getting a full-time position to help with Colorado River administration aspects, lighten the load from what Mike and Kevin have been doing on a lot of the rulemaking for water measurements. Right now, just Division 6, but that's going to be moving into the San Juan Basin, the Gunnison Basin, and the Colorado River Basin in the next few years. That person will help with a lot of the administrative work, coordinating hotels, coordinating meetings, getting comments, reviewing comments, things like that. And then we also have a new person joining on our GIS team in Denver, which will help us with our irrigated lands coverage and other data collection for our online mapping tools. So for Division 5, we're right now transitioning to our permanent hybrid work. Most of our staff is working a hybrid schedule. We did reopen our Glenwood Springs office to the public back in July of last year. Our office hours are 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. Mondays and Fridays are by appointment only. Those are our primary flex and remote days. Tuesdays through Thursdays are for walk-ins. And then Wednesdays, most of our staff is in the office. It's when we have team meetings, collaboration, individual one-on-one trainings, things like that. So if you do need to make an appointment with us, you can meet with us Mondays and Fridays by appointment or come in anytime Tuesday through Thursday. Some of the priorities that we're looking to focus in on in 2023. So the abandonment list got filed at the end of 2020. Protests were allowed to be filed through the end of June last year. We received 6 protests. It's not as significant as some of the other basins. We only had about 135 water rights on our abandonment list to begin with. There'd been a lot of work in our basin in 2000 and 1990 to get up to speed on where abandoning the water rights that hadn't been used for decades. So we're a little ahead of the curve from some of our other divisions, but we do still have 5 protests remaining that have not yet been resolved. One was withdrawn after we sat down and talked with the attorney and the water user about their options. So that's a big lift. I was hoping to be further along at this point, but we haven't had as good of engagement as I would have liked by some of the attorneys and water users. They've been slow to work through this process because it could eliminate their water rights. So they're trying to get as much as they can through that process. Now that we are fully staffed, we're looking to rebalance our workload and some of our duties. So you might see some communication from different staff members as they take on their new roles and as we work some of the duties that people have been doing double duty on back to the right positions. One big thing that came out of 2021's drought was 16 days of cameo call. And that was significantly more than we'd historically seen. I think in 2002, we saw 5 days of call in April. So some of our augmentation plans do not have sufficient water supplies for a 16-day call window in April. So we need to sit down, analyze our data, go through all of the aug plans on our end, figure out what entities those are, what plans those are, and start communicating with those entities to ensure that in the future they have sufficient water supplies in case a similar call scenario comes up. So this is similar to what happened in 2018 upon the Crystal River, where we got a Crystal River local call and some of the entities don't have any local replacement supplies. They've got plenty of replacement supplies on the main stem down to a Cameo call, but they don't have any replacement supplies to the call on the Crystal River itself. So we've had a lot of good user community buy-in on that program. So we've stepped aside to let the River District and West Divide work through that process and come up with a community solution that works best for everybody. And is more economical and more of a global approach. So it's not individual subdivisions trying to go out, find water, dry up land, go through water court through a change case. The River District and West Divide, I think, will come up with a better global solution that'll benefit all of the users on the Crystal. So we look forward to that process as it continues to work forward. We got an update, I believe, in January, and things seem to be moving along. So we'll stay on the sidelines there until we've got an actual solution in place. So hopefully one does come about. Otherwise, we will be working then on an individual plan, subdivision by subdivision basis to help them work through that situation so that we don't have to curtail their water rights, which is a difficult operation for anybody to curtail municipal type supplies. So we'll try and work with the community, the River District, and other entities as best we can on that. So 2022 Colorado River administration. So first we'll start with the simple one, the Cameo call. It's fairly straightforward. What this shows is the complete year's hydrograph. And what I'm showing in the green line is the natural flows at the Cameo. So it's between the gauge and the Plateau Creek gauge, the sum of those, discounting for any water being delivered past those locations is what the green line represents. The red line represents the water rights demand down in that area. They usually ramp up in the spring. They hold about 1950 CFS under their check case. They can call for 1950 CFS. And then as harvest takes on at the back half of the year, some of the demand drops, temperatures also drop off, so you can see their demand drop. What the blue line represents is the difference between the green line and the red line. And the yellow shaded areas are at times when we had a call on the river. So what I'm trying to show here is how well we did in administering that Cameo call. So we'll zoom into more of the irrigation season when we have the historic call. So we're coming out of runoff season and we start dropping down to that 1950 CFS. So at that point, we placed a call and unfortunately we get a rainstorm. So there's a lot of rain that happens from the Eagle Basin and to the west, where we don't have a big reservoir at the bottom of the river system. If I had a reservoir in the middle of Tibet Canyon, I could do a lot better job at this, but we've got a lot of unregulated flows that we just can't retime. We've also got timing differences. Deliveries from the Roaring Fork Basin, say Rudai Reservoir, take about 2 days to get down to the Cameo gauge. Whereas deliveries from the upper basins, Wolford, Green Mountain, Williams Fork, they take about 3 days. So if we were to adjust the call because of rains in the Roaring Fork, we would get closer to the green, or the green line would be a little bit closer to the red line for a couple days, and then it would drop below. We'd end up with a hole in the river because we're capturing water that's mistimed. So we're not always going to be able to capture all of the precip events and make this green line match the red line for the entire irrigation season. So my bigger concern is trying to avoid any shortages. So minimize the shortages as much we can. We're also relying upon a lot of climate data. So weather forecasts and stream flow forecasts from the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center to give us information 2, 3, 4 days out, what the river conditions are expected to do so that we can be more informed in how we set those calls and who we're curtailing and try and deliver just the right amount to those downstream senior water rights. And last year we ended up with quite a few monsoon events, but for the most part, we did a very good job of administering the river and not shorting those water meters. overall, the statistics look like during those periods of call, we were trying to deliver 225,000 acre feet of water to that calling priority set. 27,500 acre feet is the total difference. So the sum of the times where we were short plus the sum of the times where we were over delivering. So 12% difference overall. However, we only under delivered 2,000 acre feet. So only about a 1% shortage for those water users. So we're still working through this process, but hopefully as we get a full-time person on, they can narrow in some of this process and data analyzation, and how we set the river, and try not to short those water right users at all, and bring that over delivery down as much as we can within the limits of it. Shoshone's a little bit different. It's more complex. So let me try and explain this graph a little bit on the front end. Do we have somebody online? Okay. We've got all the shaded areas are times when we are under administration. When we have the blue shade above, those are when the entities who are parties to the Shoshone outage protocol are self-administering and operating as if there were a call on the river at that time. The dark red line is at 1,250 CFS and represents the senior water right for the Shoshone Power Plant. The blue line represents 1,408 CFS, which is the sum of the senior and the junior rights for the Shoshone Power Plant. The lighter red line, which tracks the dark red line for most of the time, except for this period in the winter, represents the target flows that the parties to the Shoshone outage protocol are trying to hit when the power plant is offline or partially offline. So the winter time, there's a drawdown from mid-November to mid-March of 900 CFS rather than the full 1,250 CFS. In that winter period, we actually had the power plant up and running. So we were targeting the full 1,250 CFS, curtailing all water rights junior to that, replacements if any priority diversions were occurring, those replacements were being made. And the actual system yield was far less than the 1,250 CFS. They were closer to 750 to 950 for that winter period. So that's a pretty significant call, limiting winter diversions above the Shoshone Power Plant. And there's nothing my office can do. We're curtailing all the water rights at that point. So that's all the yield they're going to get, because that's all the water that's available. As we worked our way into the runoff period, unfortunately, Shoshone Power Plant went offline. So instead of targeting the 1,408 number in this time frame, we were looking more at the 1,250 CFS target line. And we were getting pretty close in that time frame. Some of these other colors that are in here, the light green represents a call that would be junior to the senior priority, but senior to the Shoshone junior priority. Further over into the fall, we see that pink line or pink shading, and that's when the junior priority for the Shoshone Power Plant was calling. The purple area is when a priority junior to the Shoshone junior would be calling. So when we're in the purple region, we should be targeting the 1,408. However, we were under shop, therefore we were targeting 1,250 CFS. We came out of shop, so we went back up to the 1,250. And at that time, the junior gets what they get for the curtailment of all water rights junior to them. So that's why the yield in that window drops below until we get down to that 1,250 CFS. And we hold there until all juniors, junior to the senior call, have been curtailed. So I'll pause there. That was a lot. If you guys have any questions on either of those graphs, I'd be happy to answer. Yes, Peter?
James, can you, in the purple period in that late summer, or middle of the summer section there where shop was on, can you, what is the amount of water, the difference? Can you estimate the volume difference that would have been called down at 1408 versus 1250 for that period of time?
Good. If we jumped into my spreadsheets. We're looking at probably 300 acre feet a day, thereabouts, roughly. So over a 2-week period, say 4,500 acre feet ballpark. So it's a difference, and we did see that in the call regime this past year. We saw the Cameo call come on a day or two earlier because only 1,250 CFS was being drawn down from the upper basin, not the full 1,408 that would have been drawn down had the power plant been on. So a couple of days worth of difference is the actual difference in operations and administration due to the change. Other questions? These graphs are fairly recent that I've been presenting at the last 2 historic user pool wrap-up meetings, just to provide insight to the other entities and water users on what we're doing, how we're trying to administer the river, and how well we're trying to administer the river. And it's not a pipeline. We don't have sealed bolts of water delivering directly into a pipeline with perfect valves, no leaks, where we can put every little drop of water to every water right that needs it. It's an open system with lots of variability, timing differences. So we're never going to be perfect. My expectations is we're not going to be perfect. So hopefully you guys have a similar expectation of us. So 2023 hydrology, sounds like you've received a briefing yesterday on some of this. So this is really focused in here on the Colorado River Basin. I did this in 10 minutes last time, but that's all the time I had available. So if you have questions as I work through this, please ask. So kind of the outline that I'm trying to work through to tell this full story of how this year is going to play out is talk about the Colorado River Basin snowpack as a whole. Then look at the distribution of the winter precipitation to show where we've got some differences, where that big picture doesn't tell all the components. Then look at sub-basin snowpack conditions, soil moisture conditions going into the winter, the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center's water supply forecasts as of April 1st, the current reservoir conditions and how that'll impact runoff, peak flow forecasts, similar call scenarios, kind of give you a heads up on when we might anticipate a Shoshone and Cameo call, and then seasonal precipitation outlook for the. So this graph, I've been watching all winter and have been pleasantly surprised and it's gonna make our administration hopefully a lot easier this year and provide a lot more water to our water users than the last few drought years that we've gone through. So we had 123% of median peak on April 6th, which is about where we peaked. And those are the numbers that I pay attention to, is the median peak, which is represented by that green X. So our peak relative to that median peak gives me a better understanding of what this year's hydrology might look like. On the daily basis, when we're looking at 200 or 300% of the daily average for early November, December, January, I don't focus in on those numbers, but that's what gets reported to everybody. So the distribution of precipitation since October 1st, the right plot is the entire upper Colorado River Basin. So Lake Powell's here, state of Colorado is here. And that red area, the red box represents the Colorado River Basin focus. So this is Lake Granby, working our way down, going forward. Plateau Creek, and out to the state line. And what you can see is a variation in colors, which represent the dark blues and the lighter blues are anywhere from 100 to 200% of average precipitation. So we've definitely got a lot of snowpack up on Grand Mesa, the Rome Plateau, on the flat tops, and down into the Crystal and Roaring Fork basins. As we work our way further to the east along the Continental Divide, we get into the yellows and oranges, which drive us down to 70 to 100% of normal precipitation during that time frame. So we don't have as good a snowpack in that region, which is a lot of the catchment for our reservoirs. So we may not see as good of a run to fill up some of our reservoirs as in other years when like 2019, it was the exact opposite. All the snowpack was up on the Continental Divide, very little snowpack to the west. By subbasin, we'll work our way from the headwaters down to the state line. So this graph represents Grand County, so main stem of the Colorado as well as the Fraser. So they're at 117% median peak at the beginning of the month. The Blue River Basin is not as good, which is where we saw a lot of those yellows and oranges. So 107% of median peak. Eagle River Basin, 116% of median peak. And now we start working our way further to the west into those darker blues. The Roaring Fork Basin is at 134, or was at 134% of median peak. Then looking down onto the flat tops, the Grand Mesa, we were at 163% of median peak, and for a few days there in the middle of March, we were setting all-time records. Soil moisture conditions. So this tells us, do we have a giant sponge out there that's going to absorb all of the snow melt when it starts before we actually start seeing runoff? So going into the beginning of the winter, we were definitely in better shape than we were the last several years of this drought that we've been in since the winter of 2019, 2020, where most of our area was orange to dark reds, depending on the year. This year, we're yellows and oranges, so anywhere between 70 and 100% of normal soil moisture during that time frame coming into the year. So we do have.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, James, but I wondered if you could just touch on the fact that this is modeled soil moisture and I mean, how accurate you feel that is in your experience, and then some of the efforts that are going on in both in this basin and other places to actually.
Sure.
Will it help?
Hopefully, this is kind of the calibration parameter for the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center. So they've got a lot of other data that they can utilize, stream gauges, precip locations, and the soil moisture kind of tells them, based on this precip event, we're expecting this kind of runoff, but we didn't get that. Why did we get that? Okay, let's adjust the soil moisture parameter that's in our modeling to help calibrate those differences. So this is just a model data, but it's reasonable. I wouldn't hang my hat on these numbers to go out into the field and make that measurement, but it's representative. When they showed us the last couple of years where our basin was just solid red and we saw average to above average snowpack and we got 60% of runoff, it was representative and was informative.
Can I
Sure.
follow up on that? So this isn't red, but it still doesn't look great. So what is your prediction on how that might affect runoffs for this year?
There's a void. There's some space that needs to be filled up. There's a soil reservoir that'll take that water first before it can actually run off. So it's going to impact that, and that's exactly what the forecast that I'll just step through here in a little bit will show. So we saw very high numbers with those snowpack totals. The stream flow forecasts aren't that high. They're not that rosy. And then you asked about local efforts. I believe there's some local efforts here in the Roaring Fork Basin to actually measure soil moisture conditions. I've not been involved with those. I don't know exactly what those data are, but it does sound like they are in connection with CBRC. So hopefully at some point we can get a better network of data that can then be fed into the Basin Rivers Forecast Center's model and give them additional information, give additional calibration points that then may allow them to get us better forecasts on individual tributaries. It won't be this broad swath of orange or yellow. It might be more localized. We might get better data up the front end, better data up the Roaring Fork, that they could narrow those bands down a little bit tighter. So the April 1st CBRC water supply forecasts, again, I'll walk from the upper basin down to the state line. We're not going to walk through every single one of these nodes where they have created a forecast, but I'll walk through several of them. So the Colorado River down to Lake Granby, so the headwaters of the Colorado River, we were seeing 117% of median snowpack. They're predicting 104% of average runoff. So that's where you see that deficit. The soil moisture deficit's going to absorb some of that snowpack, and if not all of it will run off. Fraser River Basin, not as good, 102% of average. Blue River above Dillon, this is where we were seeing a lot of those oranges. They're looking at a 90% of average runoff. Blue River above Green Mountain, a little bit better, 93% of average. Colorado River main stem at Kremling, everything above 107% of average. I believe this is the Eagle River gypsum, 96% of average. Colorado River at Dotsero, so where we're measuring the amount of water for the call at Shoshone, 107% of average. Roaring Fork at Glenwood Springs, we're definitely now getting into that blue area, 122% of average on the Roaring Fork. So we should have a good run here in the Glenwood Springs area and up valley. And then Colorado River above Cameo, 121% of average. So we talked about the soil moisture reservoir. Now we need to talk about our actual buckets, our wet water reservoirs, because those forecasts were for undepleted fields. So those are what would have happened had nobody diverted, no reservoirs were in place to capture some of that water. So how much is our reservoir system going to capture of the snowpack? This is a long-term chart from 1990 through present of each month and how close that monthly storage volume basin-wide is to the average for that month for this study period. So where we're sitting right now is pretty typical for March, April timeframe in our basin for our reservoirs. We've got about 460,000 acre feet to fill in our reservoirs. Quite a bit in Granby, 155. Also in Green Mountain, 80,000 in Green Mountain. Most of the reservoirs are anticipated to fill. Some are actually forecasting some small spills. Homestake is not anticipated to fill. And Williams Fork, Dillon is hedging a little bit. They're saying it'll be within a couple thousand acre feet of filling. So we'll see there. But the good news is Rudeye will fill. So we should have all three fish pools available to us this year to provide flows to the 15-mile reach for the endangered fish recovery program. Wolford Reservoir is looking very probable to fill. The snowpack above there is very good. So Don's actually been trying to manage that reservoir to keep it down so it doesn't actually physically spill. And Green Mountain should fill this year, which then provides me a little bit simpler administration this year. I can work with Victor at Green Mountain to make sure all the HEP and direct deliveries are being made and not have to coordinate with Don and Cindy at Denver Water to ensure that Williams Fork and Wolford are also making appropriate releases under substitution operations. Peak flow forecasts. So I've only got a couple locations here. This is the Colorado River at Dotsero. The current peak flow forecast is looking for about 10,000 CFS coming through Glenwood Canyon, which based on this data is below bank full and below flood stage. However, with all the debris flows that we do have in the canyon, I would suspect that the bike path's going to be underwater for a chunk of time this summer. And we're probably going to mobilize some of that debris flows. I don't think we've even come close to 10,000 CFS through the canyon yet since it was went in 2021. This is the Roaring Fork at Glenwood Springs. Forecast there is for 7,000 CFS, again, well below the bank full as well as the flood stage. It should be good, even though we've got ample snowpack up above the main stem of the Roaring Fork should be okay for a majority of its stretches. The tributaries in the small streams, we're probably going to have some localized flooding. And this is Colorado River at Cameo. They're forecasting 20,000 CFS for the peak flow forecast, which is right at the bank full at that location. And there is some probability that it could be higher into the flood stage. The piece, when I looked at this and heard from Bob Herford, who's my counterpart in the Gunnison, on what the recovery program is looking to do there, they're looking to release about 14,000 CFS at the Whitewater gauge. So if the timing of the Gunnison and the timing of the Colorado hit at the same time, we could have 35,000 CFS or thereabouts hitting at the confluence, which is about where we start running water up against I-70. So we'll need to be mindful of that. I know Bob's been in contact with a lot of emergency managers and local entities in the Gunnison Basin. Their snowpack is more significant and they're already starting to see flooding. For major river systems within most of our basin, I think we'll be okay as far as flooding. Localized smaller tributaries, we're likely to see some localized flooding. So just making you aware, make your constituents aware that to be mindful, if they haven't already seen some high water, we're going to see higher water than we've seen in a while. Sure.
Yeah, just curious about the impact on the upper headwaters. You've got some reservoirs trying to fill. So they're going to be holding back pretty much everything they can, I assume. And then what's the impact of Denver's water supply? Because they're at what, 80–90%? And how are they, and you're saying Dillon won't fill, Williams Fork won't fill. So are they going to be pulling a lot more than typical over?
Oh, they've got some more complications. Dillon, they are anticipating to fill. Williams Fork, they're not.
Yeah.
But it's close. So if we get some more precipitation events, we'll see what we get out of the storm that's rolling in today.
Right.
They may have a higher probability of filling Williams Fork. But their Moffett collection system is limited at this point due to the restriction on Gross Reservoir. So they're not pulling as hard from the Fraser and Upper Colorado River system. So they may actually bypass water there.
They might pull more from Dillon.
A little bit more out of the blue, potentially, yeah,
Okay, thanks.
to offset that. What other questions are out there?
James, I thought it was interesting. I might have the figures wrong, but when you talked about the percent of average flow for the main stem above Doncero and the Eagle, you were right around average or below average. And then the Fork was about 122%, and the Colorado Cameo was 121. Is it that the Fork is putting that much in, or is that tributaries below Glenwood that are above average that make it so that you get to 121 at Cameo?
It's both.
So,
We've got a lot of snowpack up on Valmont Mesa, Grand Mesa. That'll add to that, as well as the crystals packed in pretty good, but that would have shown up in the wrong.
I have a real quick question. Back to your personnel, you talked about river operations, that you have a new position or you're going to be adding. So what does that mean? You kind of hit on it, I think, a little bit. That's keeping track of who's releasing from where and plotting that. And What does that mean?
Right.
River operations.
So those are the operations that I've been covering for the last couple of years. So every morning I'm in contact with Don Meyer from the River District, Cindy Brady with Denver Water, and Victor Lee with the Bureau of Reclamation to understand what the reservoirs are doing. I'm also taking in data from the National Weather Service and Colorado Basin River Forecast Center, looking at what stream flows are forecast to be doing, evaluating whether the CBRFC's captured the reservoir changes in their model or not. And if they haven't, account for that in the stream flow forecast that I'm looking at. And then based on those forecasts, I'm looking at what our downstream priorities calls are, what our demand at Shoshone and demand at Cameo are, and setting the call accordingly to just deliver that amount of water without shorting them. So that's the component I've been doing. A lot of the accounting behind that, the reservoir accounting, Trans Mountain diversion accounting, diversion records of those operations at the end of the year. We usually work diversion records November to February. Those I've not been doing. I've relied on the water users primarily for their own accounting and spot checked as needed. And so far they've been honest, but I'd like somebody in our shop looking at that more frequently. So they're going to be the boots on the ground, coordinating with the other operators, the irrigators down in Grand Valley, Shoshone Power Plant on whether they're up and operational with one or both units, coordinating with our water commissioners, coordinating with other staff to ensure that water users on the main stem of the Colorado are getting what they need.
Great, thank you.
Other questions?
You mentioned that Homestake wasn't expected to fill in, correct? What's that based off of? Or what are you looking at for to come up with that? I just hadn't heard that.
That's just the data I heard from Colorado Springs Utilities. They mentioned that they weren't anticipating to fill. I haven't tried to independently evaluate that one.
And then just related, we've had some questions about Homestake on how, in follow-up of the 2020. So as it's filling or as it's getting close to a fill in the future, what's your office's intention on how to track that volume that was released?
So from our perspective, that volume was part of a study and we had statutory authority to operate that study. As part of that study, the Homestake partners didn't take across a like volume of water that following season when they would have delivered to the Front Range. So at that point, we believe the study's concluded, the operations are done. So the reservoir is not paper filled for that 1,600 acre. Other questions? Keep going with the story that I've been trying to tell. So now we've talked about snowpack, what we're anticipating for stream flow runoff. So based on the stream flow runoff volume, I look back at some similar years that we saw at both the Dotsaro gauge and the Cameo gauge in our basin to look at what call regimes we saw in those years. So some recent years, recent history helps because a lot of us can remember those. So 2015, 2017, and 2019 are similar volumes. They're not exactly the same. And the runoff hydrograph will never be the same. The weather patterns that we'll get are not going to be identical to anything, but it'll give us an idea of when we should expect a call at Shoshone and Cameo. So in those years, the Shoshone call came on mid to late August. And the Cameo call came on late August to early September. So I would expect something similar this year. We did get a very bad dust on snow event here about a month ago. And that showed up in some of the ASO data analysis. It sounded like you guys got briefed on yesterday. So that could potentially cause the snowpack to melt off faster and might push these calls up more towards the front end of these historical periods. So maybe we're looking mid-August for Shoshone and late August for a Cameo call, unless we get cooler temps like we are now and subsequent snowstorms that add to the snowpack or keep us cool for a portion of the the snow melt runoff period. Which kind of gets into the next piece. Our monsoons will also play an effect in that. So what does our summer precipitation outlook look like? So July, August, September precipitation. Right now, we are looking at an equal chance or above or below normal precipitation. So hopefully what that provides us is a typical monsoon season. And we get some rains during the summertime, which will stave off the call for a while and then cause me some challenges with administration, but I'll deal with those as needed. And then for the 13-month period, it's the same for the next 13 months is what the Climate Prediction Center is looking at is equal chances for Colorado for precipitation above or below normal. So that kind of tells the whole story of this year. I'll answer any questions anybody has. Sure.
You mentioned earlier the money out there available for gauging and measurement, and in my county, we hear a lot about the just disrepair of a lot of the gauges up on like Forest Service land up in Summit County. And I'm just kind of curious, are there sources of funding available for ditch owners to kind of come together and repair their systems? And where does one find those? And maybe it's something that the district has available, but I'm not seeing like obvious money sources available for that kind of thing, but I'm hearing a lot of need.
So you're talking individual flumes on individual ditches, ditch
Yeah.
companies.
But I've talked to Troy about, is there a way to kind of pool all these folks that have issues to kind of get a greater impact? And he's like, that's worth checking, but I haven't heard of anything that could, any resources that could be available for that. And I'm wondering if you know of any.
The Basin Roundtable would be one, CWCB would be another, and this entity would be a third.
But there's no like grant you guys have of money you're funneling to this issue per se. Okay.
No. I would have to touch base with our Denver staff that's in on some of the federal funding that's coming about. A lot of what's been focused on so far is primarily for stream gauges, additional stream gauge data within the Colorado River Basin. So that wouldn't apply to individual flumes.
Yeah. And a lot of the stuff I'm hearing about is on Forest Service lands, which is not just an easy, like, oh, go put in a new head gate. It's like, you have to trek in to get to these head gates. Okay, thanks.
So are those private ditches or are they stream gauges? I'm asking
Being
you.
private, yeah,
Oh, so they're,
but they're like all in
so
disrepair. They're
you'll
not
need to wait
accurate.
till the measurement rules come to your district.
Right, then we can join
Then you
in.
can-
Was hoping to get ahead of that, but
And so are we.
yeah,
You know, one of our big pushes for our water commissioners is to get a full inventory of all of our measuring devices that are out in the field.
Yeah.
So we had our spring meeting yesterday. That's why I couldn't join you yesterday. But I was an internal discussion with our staff is to go and visit all of our active structures, identify whether they, it's a very big job in our basin.
Yeah.
Identify whether they have a measuring device or not, what size that measuring device is and what condition it's in.
Yeah.
Work with our hydrographer if we've got any questions on the accuracy of that measuring device. So we're trying to get ahead of the measurement rules so that it's not as big of a surprise as it has been up in Division 6.
well, I put a pitch in, if there's a way to use some of these federal dollars that are coming in to create a pool for counties to do that kind of assessment and then be systematic in how they're replacing gauges and flumes, that could be really helpful.
Yep. I can follow up with our Denver staff to see if there's anything there.
So, James, our district pushed with the state and the UCRC to get a significant portion of that money that came out of the bipartisan infrastructure law for new gauges. And some of our concern, we've had concerns for a long time, but the concerns were exemplified by the division's inability to track that water from home stake to the state line in a real efficient manner. And given all the discussions about management and other conservation programs where we would ask you to shepherd water from individual places of use or reservoirs to the state line, which gauges are you asking to new gauges for? improve gauges? What's on your list of things to make it easier for you to do your job in that respect, to track that water? What should we expect as water users? Because we understand that the state, your division has taken that over and that discussion has identified improvements, but we have not seen a list of those improvements or new gauges, and we'd love to hear what you think.
That's being coordinated by Jason Ullman and Matt Hardesty in our Denver office primarily. They've gotten feedback from our office. I believe we worked with the River District to get feedback from your staff on what they would like to see and some other users in the basin. And they were also looking at divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7 as well. So I don't know what ended up at the top of the priority list and what's making the cut and where they're at and getting the funding for those at this time, but we can get that information to you. That would be helpful.
That'd be great. And we can reach out to Jason too. I just was hoping we might have some updated information.
I haven't looked at that information for a couple months now at this point.
Can you help us understand, I mean, and if I'm not, when I read your division's report on home state releases, it seemed that the measurement on that 3 or 4 day release the tracking of it got lost somewhere around the cameo age in basically, or a cameo structure. And can you help us understand why that is, and from your perspective, as someone who administers water, what improvements you would need to be able to track that specific pulse flow all the way out to the state line?
So from my experience administering the river, the water made it to the state line. Knowing exactly when and how much on any given 15-minute interval on the gauge data, I can't tell you, because once it hit the Colorado River, we were looking at 150 CFS of pulse flow versus about 1,500 CFS of river flow. So it was a small component of the total flow in the stream system. And it got washed out in our ability to see that delta at each of the gauges. But once it hits the Palisade gauge, it's a gaining stream from there to the state line. We don't have a lot of diversions off the main stem. We've got a lot of return flows as well as the Denison coming in. So if we can get it past the roller dam and past GVIC, it more than likely will make it to the state line. And by accounting, we can make it to the state line. These any diversions that we do show diverting of natural flow and not the bypassed or shepherded flows.
And so I get that, but and while at 150, my math is right, is only about 10% of what you said was the flow in the river. The state and the UCRC and feds are pushing to do demand management, which will have even smaller releases and bypasses from people's farms and ranches, not necessarily reservoir releases. And if our concern is that under demand management as it's conceived, your department has to be able to measure that and verify its delivery to the state line. I'm really curious as to what tools you need to be able to do that, because we're not talking about 150 CFS releases necessarily. We're talking about bypass of what could be as little as 5 CFS from someone's head gate or even less. How do you have ways to do that? Because if we don't, then the discussion about demand management really needs to incorporate those technical issues. And I'm concerned because there's a huge political push for this. And if there's the science behind it is not there, my question is, a lot of pressure is going to fall on you and your team to measure that. So what do you need in the system to be able to meet people's expectations?
I haven't been involved with the discussions with the UCRC on their requirements. So I don't know what they're actually looking for. In our operations, we deal with releases out of Granby Reservoir, Wolford Reservoir, Louisville Reservoir, for deliveries to 15-mile reach. There we're looking at flows as little as 25 CFS a lot of times. And it gets lost in the gauge noise. We wouldn't be able to see that 25 CFS pulse explicitly in the gauge. But through our accounting, through the river operations that we do on a day-to-day basis, we can track that water through the system assess transit losses as it makes its way through, and then ensure that that water gets around the diversions and into the 15-mile reach. And we can use the Palisade gauge to verify that it did make it. The Palisade gauge is not typically running more than a few hundred CFS in a drier year. Hopefully we see more this year, but that's how we currently do it. If UCRC needs to be able to verify and explicitly see those measurements and releases at gauges, that's going to be an onerous task for anybody.
Are there improvements to gauges that would allow you to see that you're aware of? Because I'm not saying that we have that expectation, but there are 4 lower basin states who are going to be looking at your measurements pretty closely, and the 3 lower basin states, excuse me, but that really are going to be very interested in your how you do that. So
So if we look at the Cameo gauge, for an example, we're generally running about 2,000 CFS there through the summer. At a 5% error, we're in the neighborhood of 100 CFS. So we're plus or minus 50 CFS around that measured value. So anything that is trying to be delivered that's less than that 50 CFS plus or minus, I don't know that we could actually say that we can see that in the gauge data just due to the implied measurement error in the gauge.
and there aren't improvements or new gauges that you're aware of that would allow you to have that precision in measurement.
Not that I'm aware of. I could reach out to our hydrography group in the USGS, but what they consider a good measurement is plus or minus 5% with the equipment that we have. Acoustic Doppler type radars that are at the gauge locations, ADCP, acoustic Doppler, and I don't remember what the C and P are for, but they're the little boats that they're running across the river to actually do the stream flow measurements in real time to calibrate the gauges. And then we've got wading rods that have similar acoustic Doppler type technology to do the same thing. The measurement error there for all of those is in the 5% range. And I'm not aware of anything that's, if we're looking at a 2 CFS delivery down at the Cameo gauge, we'd be something well sub 1%, and I don't think there's something.
Thank you.
Questions for James? All right, anything else for us?
I don't believe so.
All right, thank
Thank
you
you.
so much for being here this morning and sharing your information.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, James. Appreciate it. And thank you for yourself and other members of your team coming to our State of the Rivers. Very much appreciated. I think that people in Western Colorado appreciate hearing.
You're welcome.
All right, next up, we are really excited to welcome our fire general manager, Eric Kuhn.
They're putting up our slides, but what I was going to suggest is, rather than going through a slideshow, given your time constraints and where you are in your schedule, that Jennifer and I basically just engage you in a conversation about, how to meet Colorado's future water needs, given the impact of climate change on the Colorado River and all of the other river streams, and maybe some of get your input on how we could do this. I think I would call your attention to the slideshow, which it could be in your board packet, but I think given the time constraint that using our time for a dialogue would be much more productive. Yeah, and given that, I just wanted to, Jennifer Gimbel's here. I guess she's.
Do we want to, I think what Eric was saying is he doesn't want the slides up because we can't, I don't know if we can we put both Jennifer and the slides up? Or can we just have Jennifer?
I would rather have Jennifer up than the slides.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying, Eric, that's why.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
You know,
Now, Jennifer, you're larger than life and 4 different.
It's kind of embarrassing, But thanks for having us. And I agree with Eric. Let's take the slides down. I think probably many of you have seen the report and or have heard about it. We talked about it at the January Water Congress meeting.
Yeah, right. And again, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk, and to engage you on this issue. I do want to say that, I've been retired for 5 years, but I look at what you've accomplished in those 5 years and I'm very proud of it. I mean, it's an honor to be a former employee of the River District, retired employee of the River District, based on what you've done. Well, not just in the last 5 years, but since 1937, I'll put it that way, okay? A year ago, the Common Sense Institute asked Jennifer and I to help them with a report on the Colorado water. My initial response was, boy, there are lots of reports on the Colorado River, or on water in Colorado, and a lot of them just end up on a shelf somewhere that no one reads except for the authors. So what good is another report? Well, the Common Sense Institute is I didn't know about them before they called me. It's an economic-based think tank or NGO focused on promoting a healthy business environment in Colorado. And when you look at what kinds of things they're looking at, housing, healthcare, transportation, they just recently put out a report on childcare, and it's really alarming in terms of what childcare does to the business, to the business environment, or the lack of childcare, or the expense of childcare does. So they really are focused on solutions, as they say, common sense solutions to promoting a healthy and vibrant Colorado. And one of their concerns was that housing, they had the year before issued a report on housing, and the explosive loss of housing is impacting Colorado's business environment. It's impacting all of us. I think you dealt with that yesterday. I think I saw that on your agenda. And it is a statewide problem. It's probably a nationwide problem in some places anyway. But water, many of their board members were concerned that cost and the availability of water has really becoming a limiting factor in providing attainable housing statewide. Now I will say they are primarily focused on the Front Range, but 85% of the people of the state live on the Front Range. And I think they're keenly aware that it's not just a Front Range issue. So some of the major observations, and I'll let Jennifer add to this, is that, and these are all, you would not be surprised with any of these, that we're going to have, as Colorado is going to have, as a state, is going to have to do a lot more with less water in the future. Colorado River is the poster child for what's been happening, but all of Colorado's rivers are being impacted by climate change, and every one of them is subject to a compact or an interstate decree. And as a practical matter, those interstate decrees or compacts limit the amount of water we can use, and in many cases, reduce the amount of water we're going to use in the future. So not only are we going to have to live with what we got, we're probably going to have to live with less than what we've got today because of those two impacts. That one of the things that we've all been concerned about is in the past, and this is the River District, is the Colorado River is a new supply. Now, 5 years ago when I retired, I think there was still a debate about whether the Colorado River was a quote new supply for the Front Range. In this report, we basically state the Colorado River is not a new supply of water for the Front Range. I would have to say that I don't think anyone has challenged that observation. We've met with Northern Board, Southeast, we've talked to Denver folks, the Denver Chamber of Commerce. We've talked to a lot of people, and that observation has not attracted any opposition. I think the difference is those 5 years, the reality of what's been happening with the hydrology.
Eric, if I can just I appreciate very much that message that's in that report and you talking to everyone around the state. Our experience is that that is not the case, that there are a number of locations on the Front Range and Front Range operators still looking at the Colorado River as a new supply.
Yeah,
And so I just,
I understand, but
there's,
we're
you
the
know, I
people
know-
we're talking to. You know, that is not a surprise to the community that we made this report at. And I understand there's Colorado Springs and Aurora still have, the difficult issue. Denver and Northern are in the process of building these new projects today. But I think those were those are in the baseline. I'm talking about, there's not a new Dillon Reservoir out there. There's not a new CBT. There's not a new Fry Arc project. Those opportunities were exhausted a long time ago.
Eric, can I hop in here? Yeah, Andy, I realize what you're saying and I can't disagree with it. One of the reasons, though, one of our main goals here was to have folks think about regionalization of projects. And the fact that if they can come together and use their facilities, use their fully consumable water rights in a joint manner, that will help then those supplies, much like the WISE project that I think the River District looked at as that was being put together.
I appreciate that too.
Yeah, and continuing, one of the observations we made is one of the problems right now on the Front Range is we called it balkanization. And you could go back, the River District had a part in this because this goes back to the 50s when Denver and the West Slope were fighting over the Blue River Decree. And Denver created a blue line. And those communities on the Front Range that were outside the blue line essentially could not rely on Denver, or would not have access to Denver's water. So what did they do? And most of Aurora was outside the blue line. They went and they developed their independent systems. That's the reason the Homestake Project exists. That's the reason you're seeing a lot of that's the reason Thornton and others went to the Northern Front Range for agriculture, purchased agriculture. So you've got this proliferation of independent systems. And our blunt observation there is the big loser in balkanization is East Slope agriculture. And we all know that East Slope and West Slope agriculture are tied at the hip. You can't have a healthy West Slope agriculture with a declining East Slope agriculture because of the interrelationship, markets, feedlots, all those kinds of things. So we need both. We need, if we're going to have a healthy West Slope agriculture, we need a healthy East Slope agriculture. And so we're saying because of balkanization, because of a lack of regionalization, because of a lack of a coherent Front Range strategy, that agriculture is going to continue to be at risk. And I don't think there's any debate about that either. I think next week we're meeting with some additional agricultural people and they want to know how they could help. But regionalization, has its issues. In some ways, I would say the headwinds facing regionalization are the same as you're seeing today with Senate Bill 213. Communities, city councils, board members, they like to control their own destiny when it comes to their water supply. Even if controlling their own destiny means there's going to be greater impacts to agriculture, to the environment, than if they were to cooperate with their neighbors. One of the other concerns we have is there's a lot of communities on the Front Range and on the West Slope, but more that are totally reliant on Colorado River water and post-compact water. And Andy's very aware of this, those of Colorado, that you have for some reason we have cities in northern Colorado that 100% of their water is either CBT water or Windy Gap water. So what happens if those projects aren't available? You've got a crisis. 65%, 70% of Colorado Springs, a city of 500,000 people, 70% of its water supply comes from the the Colorado River. Half of Denver's. Now I happen to think Denver is probably in the best shape of anybody, but because of the real, they've got an abundance of groundwater and Moffett and, you know, and surface supplies. So, you know, Denver is one of the, it's awash in water, quite frankly. But how do we move the Front Range? How do we meet the front needs of the Front Range? The demographer basically says by 2050, there's going to be 7.5 million people. I think when I left, when I retired, the estimate was 9. So that number has been going down, reflecting population changes and fertility and those kinds of things. But still, 7.5 million people is, there's going to be another 1.2, another 1.3 million people on the Front Range. There's going to be another 200,000 to 300,000 people on the West Slope. Almost all of that growth is happening Pueblo to Fort Collins and the I-70 corridor in Southwest Colorado. That's just what the state demographer says in analyzing the data. You know, so how do we move forward? Some of the things we were thinking about, what are the incentives for regionalization? Some of the blocks to regionalization, well, decrees is one thing. Can you share water? If you start sharing, if communities start sharing water, are they going to run afoul of their water rights? That's a major issue. So how do you get around that? Another one is, should we look at statewide standards for turf management? We think reuse, turf management, regionalization are the sources of water for the Front Range that have the least impact on the West Slope and agriculture. So how do you implement those? Jennifer, do you want to add? And then I thought we would just spend some time, you know, answering your questions and hearing your input. You know.
No, I think Eric's covered it very well. A couple other points I just make is we do talk about the important work that's been done by the basin roundtables and the basin implementation plans. And we support, you know, funding the water plan fully, which is a high bar to reach. But, you know, it's important to do that. And we want to talk about, you know, we talk about, are there joint projects within basins that even with our interstate neighbors that maybe can help with respect to water supply? So with that, I'll leave it at that and see if you all have some thoughts for us. This report was not written for the water walks, it was written for the business community. But we do want to catch you guys and make sure that you've seen it and see if you have any recommendations. Also, who else should we be reaching out to? You all work very closely with the business community and support the economic survival of the state. So those are some of the questions I'd throw out to you.
When you think about statewide standards for turf management, those would have to be, when I say statewide, they'd have to reflect differences in precipitation and topography. I mean, there is no, but as the, you know, how has Las Vegas managed to go from using more than its apportionment and to using far less than its apportionment and serving another 750,000 people? Well, they've done it through turf management. Southern California, Phoenix, those entities, how are they going to do it in the future? They're going to restrict turf. The Front Range is starting to do that, but what is it scale? How many millions of dollars? Like $2 million? Is it, Taylor? Or 3?
Yeah, I haven't.
I mean,
Exact amount.
you know, I mean, they're talking about spending, you know, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars on turf management in the lower basin. You know, when are we going to do that on the Front Range? And if we do that, does it just mean those that already have a water supply, do the rich get richer and the poor get poorer? And there's no way of moving that water from the Denvers to the suburbs that actually need the water. So those are some of the questions that we want to think about. And, you know, the board that Jennifer and I, you know, CSI board, you know, they want solutions. They just want, they also want solutions so that, you know, the home builders aren't picking and choosing where they're going based on, you know, this community has a really big conservation program. I don't want to go there. All I want to do is put, you know, Kentucky bluegrass sod on construction hardscrabble because it's the cheapest way to build a home. So, you know, those are some of the questions we have for you.
Okay, just a quick point to your question about who else needs to hear about this. It sounds like there's a bunch of folks that are not the choir, not the Denver Waters, not the, kind of southern metro area, maybe those outlying areas that need to hear this. So I would add that to your kind of list of folks that, the people that are thinking of the Colorado River as their next supply, they need to hear this as well and that point, but also think about the long term, because they're the communities that don't have the sophisticated staff or maybe not as sophisticated as some of the others. So I would add that to your list of folks. And then I guess I would ask you all a question. If you could do, you were king for a day, queen for a day, 3 things, what would you do based on this report that could make a big difference?
I'll let Jennifer, who's on the Northern Board, answer that. Jennifer.
Well, I would promote a regionalization, giving maybe the conservancy districts like Northern, Southeastern, more authority to work on water conservation measures with respect to that. See, at Northern, we're like a wholesale deliverer of water, and so we don't have that immediate control. I think I think it would be helpful to have that kind of authority to promote that control.
One of the
Thanks
things
a lot, Eric. I'll let you do too.
in the Southeast, and there's actually been some positives that the South, the Arkansas Basin needs a conservation district, just like you have it, what they have in the Rio Grande, what they have in the Republican. Look what they've accomplished. I think it might be a step too far to move into the South Platte, but if you start with what a conservation district can do in the Arkansas, you can do a lot in terms of moving around reusable water, having a basin-wide conservation efforts, basin-wide turf management. I think there's a lot of opportunities for regional entities. Ironically, when I first started here, my predecessor always said they loved the fact that the Front Range didn't have a regional entity because, this entity was doing that and fighting each other. The litigation in the Gunnison was an example where, the Aurora and Douglas County were fighting each other over a Trans Mountain diversion, and both of them lost. That was back in the 80s. Few of us remember that. But the idea was that a disorganized Front Range is the benefit to the west slope. Well, if we accept the reality that Colorado River is not a new supply, and I do recognize that not everyone accepts that. Not everyone accepts the reality that the Lake Powell is 25% full. A lot of people tell us, "Oh, isn't that fake news?" Well, okay, well, go look yourself. If that's the reality, a regional solution is in the best interest of the West. That's very different. That's a paradigm.
And then a third thing I think I would say is more strategic storage and multi-purpose type projects could be helpful. We know with these extreme weather swings that we're getting, that there could be water out there that we could be storing in the flood years to use elsewhere. The South Platte is fighting. NISP is still the Northern Integrated Supply Project is still very controversial in the Fort Collins area, even though it's a regional type project with several participants in that. And I always think about, Fort Collins is talking about enlarging their one reservoir. Why don't they just join in with the rest of us and work at getting storage not only for municipal growth, but also for the environment? So that would be a third thing, I think, Taylor, that I put on that list.
Thank you.
Got time for one more question. Go ahead.
Scott was.
Yeah,
Oh,
isn't
sorry.
it?
Yeah.
Right, okay. I want to chair one, right? At any rate, 2 points real quickly, and that is these statewide route management, things like that. So of course, Grand Junction, if you look at precipitation, if you look where it really shouldn't be, we're there. We created it, but we also have very, very senior water rights. We enjoy those rights, and so that's a consideration. We gotta,
I also bring up this, Director McGinnis, is that in Grand Junction area with its three providers, the city, the Water and Clifton is a success story in cooperation. You know, if you had that on the front, if you had the same kind of cooperation you had in many places on the Front Range or in El Paso County, they wouldn't have the problems. You know, and they've overcome that issue of separate, balkanization by being pretty proactive in their cooperation. They're all interconnected. If one of them has a problem, there's no problem with, and the other has a surplus of supplies, there's no problem. We
That's
do
right.
that secondhand.
and it does allow me to segue into the regionalization. So regionalization, in my opinion, is a monopoly. And I completely agree with Raleigh. I mean, we had kind of a counterbalance because of those different big entities. But you take a look at our district, how small, what the assets we have, proportionate to the muscle we have, it's way out of proportion. We think we have a lot of muscle, but we don't. I mean, how many attorneys do they have, Peter, in Denver Water Board, and the amount of money they have? In a monopoly. And for these regions, and I guess it kind of leads to my big fear, and I think it's a launch of a nuclear weapon. And that is, and I don't think it's too distant in the future, we've seen small examples of it. And that is some regionalization or somebody like Aurora start reaching out for condemnation. And I'm just envision that occurring. And if we had these all as one unit, we have 4 or 5 big units over there. We don't have anybody else to join up with. I mean, we got Southwest, but the two of us combined are a little tiny drop in their lake, a guppy in their ocean. And they don't care, in my opinion, having kind of the same experience you do, many years of dealing with the Glenn Saunders. They don't, frankly, they don't give a damn as long as they, and I'd say it if they were here right now, and that's the reality because they feel their responsibilities and their fiduciary duties are to the municipalities or to the region they represent. And sorry, Scott, you're a victim, but you're a necessary victim, kind of a consequential damage, it just happens. So my point there, but anyway, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with a lot of your points. I just, man, make them any bigger, any more unified.
And it's gonna be very difficult to do that.
Yeah, well, you mentioned earlier that while they're talking about this, municipalities are still saying, wait a minute, on the Senate bill, we still want to have our own ability to go acquire our water rights. So there's still that balance, although that won't stop them from condemnation. Anyway, some comments on that.
My concern, quite frankly, is who's the net loser over there is gonna be agriculture.
Yes.
I think that's the reality. Now, for some people, that's not a negative. If you're selling your rights, that's not a negative, but may not be a negative. But from a statewide perspective, balkanization of the Front Range has had a significant and will have an increasingly big impact on Colorado's agriculture. Thank you.
Do we have time for comments?
We got 2 more if you could be really quick. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks guys for coming, and I think you have a really fun job of visioning what could be and running, throwing stuff against the wall to see what sticks. Pardon me, because I like to do that myself. So I just want to throw out a question, kind of under the heading of as you're driving down a 2-lane road, every car coming could be ahead of them. But they're not. And so we always get ourselves into this disaster mode when there's solutions that come up. And you just mentioned, the demographers already cut back their growth predictions. I don't think that includes COVID and the fact that working remotely has drastically reduced the need to conglomerate into inner city jobs and stuff. And so everything you read nationally is that people are wanting to get out of the city. So that, along with, and Aurora came and talked to us here a few meetings ago, that they think that they can fund their water fund, their future growth for at least some portion, and a pretty big portion, with reduced grass and efficiencies. So between those kind of things, maybe maybe we're seeing a head-on collision that's actually gonna resolve itself. If we let local entities do the things they're doing and kind of learn to live with a new paradigm in our population, both demographers and the fact that working remotely. I mean, our little town of Craig, which we always thought wasn't a good place to go, has the real estate market's hot and it's people coming there to live because they want to live there. They don't want to live over there. So I'm just throwing that out as, have you thought about that kind of
Yeah,
thing?
we have, but one of the things we think about in doing that is what's really happening on the ground. And then in the Arkansas and the Platte, what's happening on the ground is, so every one of these cities is out there looking for water
They're
rights
still
to
doing it.
acquire, agricultural water rights to acquire.
I agree.
That's the issue.
Last comment.
So just real quickly, I guess the vulcanization, I was, 20 years ago, I was just exceptionally surprised that Douglas County and El Paso County, the county and the land use planning and the rest did not ever communicate with the water providers. So, you're allowed to have all those units, but you go find your water. So we forced them into vulcanization, and I don't know, we're still doing that now.
Well, look at the response to Senate Bill 213, right?
Exactly. I'm totally with you. I don't know, it seems to be the biggest concern continues to be population. And you just said, well, we could be at 7.5, 9, really? Okay. I always said in Steamboat, say, come and visit, would rather you not live here.
But that didn't work.
No, it didn't work.
Again, thank you. It's been an honor to spend a few minutes with you this morning.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming.
And we'll do a 10-minute break right now. And so if you grab Eric before he leaves out the door, you can ask him anything. you want to know. I'm sure no one has any concerns, right? So we are at the section of our agenda that is directors' updates and concerns. Both Director Ely and Director Curry were unable to join us this morning. Director Ely did send along a concern that he asked me to present, which is regarding House Bill 1255, which is looks like a companion bill to the Senate Bill 215 about land use planning and not allowing growth caps. So big concern for Routt County as well. And Eagle County, we're also. So promise to bring that up for him.
I think everybody in Newburgh County is just pleased with the amount of snow that we still have. It's still actually really low, even both the Cimarrons and the San Juans really have a lot of snow. We were just up on Horsefly, which is kind of at the intersection of Montrose, Uray, and San Miguel counties. And last year, we were able to get into our property mid-April. I think it'll be Memorial Day at least. I mean, there's just a lot of snow. And I think consistent with what Water Division 5 engineer was saying and experiencing, I think our ground soil moisture, I think is fairly high. I mean, we're not seeing it seep in the way we have in the past. I mean, it's running off. We've got roads that are, being impacted and, fields that are lakes. So I think from our part of the state, things are looking very good.
Nice.
So.
It's a nice thing, right?
Paper this morning, so we had more flooding in Hayden this morning, so we tried to wipe out half of downtown Hayden and a tributary flooding and more tributary flooding today as well this morning. And the cooler weather will be good, and we'd like to have a nice runoff. That 4-3 dust on snow event that DK talked about. It was crazy up there too, and it's still right at the surface, and we haven't had any snow on top of it, so it's getting ready to run. Very concerned about the river levels too. I guess the frustrating part of me is, that- so we're gonna live through this historic event, and in my mind, it's an historic event on the lower Yampa and Moffett County as well. And we're not gonna get any credit for this thing as it hits the river. We're not, so now we're gonna go into this buy and dry concept and the rest of us. So we are, in positive note, we're hitting through on a soil moisture program with Scripps as well for the middle Yampa, and the upper Yampa is participating in that. So we're gonna have about 5 or 6 stations up there that we're gonna help monitor and but anyhow, that's gonna be a good project. You guys, you all helped us fund that. We also were working on a telemetry project, kind of foreign for us in the upper basin up there, because the DWR is actually orchestrating it. So we're monitoring ditch. The Bear River up in the top of that is probably the most administered in Division 6. And so we're going to have the telemetry project that we're participating in. And yeah, I don't know. I'm still frustrated with the hydrograph and how we can't save some of this stuff and be able to use some of this for our own purposes. And yet we had an integrated water management plan, and the solution to late season flows is basically to take it out of agriculture so that we don't irrigate, we keep it running down the river. So it's frustrating to me, and yet we're anti-reservoir, anti-storage for late season, even environmental flows. So get what you get. Thank you. Pass it on.
Grand County, west, north, and east are above average in snow. South against Summit County, it's probably at 90%, a little less in a few areas. So there's a concern kind of across the county that way. Actually, on the Gore Range itself, going towards Routt County, several of those measuring stations where they've been measuring the snow is actually in the top 5% or top 5 through time, which is rather interesting. Talking with Mark Volte, an RCS guy, he said that, yeah, they've hadn't seen that in quite some time. So it's that way. Windy Gap Connectivity Channel should start construction again at any time and continue that work there. Windy Gap Environmental Fund, they have $15 million there. Was it rather a struggle to get the two sides to kind of come together and visit on how they were going to manage to distribute that money? They finally did. I believe the first 3 projects have now been funded. Help with stream improvement, stream restoration, and several other projects up there. I believe it was about $1 million that they funded this time. So we'll put up with $1 million over the next few years to distribute out. And those are all positive. The other thing is East Charleston Fire area that went across to Grand Lake and everything. What we are seeing up there is without that tree cover and everything, we are seeing an earlier runoff. Higher flows even, especially in troublesome. We'll start to see that already too. The only thing that's saving us right now are these cooler days, and that's truly helping us. We did end up with a lot of the red snow, and that's kind of causing some problems. But for the most part, it's not having that cover of the forest to keep that snow there. And I think until we start getting those new saplings up and some ground cover, we'll probably be faced with that, from what I understand, for about another 4 to 5 years. Once we get that cover, then it'll start slowing down, and it'll go back to more of a more seasonal type. But it's certainly changed that dynamic up there tremendously. Thank you.
As far as Garfield County, I don't have much to add. The Garfield County significantly up on snow levels. The flat tops look really good. We have some property in both places, and I haven't been able to get up I used to get up to my property up 3 Mile Creek and 4 Mile Creek, but there's still 3/4 foot of snow up there. I can't get up to it. So good thing is we may not have a fire season this year, which is good, hopefully. One thing I do want to just more of a localized thing. The Glenwood has almost completed their water line improvements for the Roaring Fork, and thank you for the River District for funding that. That was a great program, and it's been very helpful to Glenwood. So.
Thanks. So we're in Summit County, we're sitting in the opposite end. We don't have a great snowpack, and it's going to be interesting to see how that combination of relatively low snowpack plus Denver having a lower snowpack. And as you heard, the Moffett system is constrained right now. So we could see a really different summer than what everybody else is. The whole system's doing well, but it could be localized very different. And so that's going to be interesting to watch, like Dillon reservoir levels get really low this year because of just this weird combination of things. So we're watching that because it definitely impacts tourism in the community. The other thing that's kind of random, but this year, so we're one of the communities and counties that's had postal issues, and I'm guessing some of others. I mean, I didn't get mail for a month, like it was crazy. And so what I learned from that though was that the county had never, so post office issues, and I don't want to get into post office issues, but post office issues are driven by the feds, right? There was never a plan for this expansion and these like communities that are growing really fast. And so it made me think, well, are we prepared for wastewater? Are we prepared for water supply, drinking water? I don't think we are, right? I think we're growing at this incredible rate. If anyone's driven through Silverthorne lately, it's just nonstop growth. And I don't think we have a good plan. So I'm just concerned about some of these resort communities and maybe others that just don't have the infrastructure in place for this rapid growth. And then the last point I want to make is, I know there's a lot of talk about what a great year this is. And Andy, you've said this in the paper and I agree, is I hope we use this time with a breathing room wisely and not just let everybody slide back into, oh, it's just business as usual, because history will tell us that we could easily have really dry years the next couple of years. And that's been when we've had these wet years, we've often had 2 really dry years afterwards. And so I just hope we can appreciate this time, but also not waste it. So, thank you.
Real Blanco.
Director concerns. I'll leave out the updates. No, thank you. The PBO, the White River Management Plan, PBO, we've been aggressively working to get that thing to the finish line. I've been personally have got 8-9 years tied into this thing, and that doesn't include the 20 years roughly before that this was started. And I know we have some new district staff that's on there right now, which is greatly appreciated to have them there asking questions and integrating. But it seems like we're not going to get it done. Somehow this thing is getting kicked down the road again. And I frankly am questioning their desire to truly protect the endangered species or to protect their jobs and push some paper around so that they can continue on and have dialogue for either political purposes or for something else. Because every time we get going onto a process, we get agreement, we get moving forward. Nope, that's got to get changed. Throw that out the window. Let's go back to the drawing board and let's kick that around. So great level of frustration. I know we actually were gifted a grant from the state to get this to the finish line. And out of all those items that we have within that we were identified to get to the finish line, this is one that I cannot stand proudly before the state and say, we're going to get it done. And I don't know what needs to be done in this process. I know there's been a lot of changeover, but regardless, it's ridiculous that we can't get what needs to be done completed to the finish line. So that's a concern of mine. And they all know that on that PBO planning team as well, if that's a concern. They're well aware of it. So buying dry, I heard Director Munger mention that. I know the River District did a survey recently, and I read that. I didn't just see it, I read it. To me, there's two different pieces. And what I get is there a definite disconnect between the constituency, the people, the water users, and our state legislatures. The legislatures apparently have something else in mind and are not doing what their constituency has in mind. The survey represents what their constituency base is saying. I question what the morality or what the drive is for our legislatures to move forward the by and dry, knowing what the representative survey of the constituency says, because it's contrary to what's going on there and what's being done. There's also a lack of consistency in our state with approved agreements. We've had that experienced here. Districts within the Rio Blanco County and northwestern Colorado are seeing that as well. There was agreements made that the state settled with us, but now the state goes back and says, I don't think so. Wait a minute, you negotiated the settlement and now you're like, I don't think so. New leadership, new direction, I don't know, but that's concerning. So it's not just happening here, it's happening in other realms across our state to where there's a real lack of trust and faith within these state agencies, because there's lack of consistency and good faith for them to hold up to their part of the agreement that they signed and agreed to. And that adds more delays and more expenses to individuals that have other issues going on that they're trying to resolve. And the state agreed to it to push you forward, but now, no, not so fast. The call on the White River has gone on recently. Native natural flows are there. Obviously, I'm getting phone calls from some folks. I visited with some folks last night about that call on the river as well. But there's a lack of disconnect as well to where there's folks that within my district that I represent that we're used to not having water, not being able to irrigate their fields. And that's something that they're starting to see as a benefit from what's happening here. Within my district that I represent on the lower White River, those folks are saying, thank you. We've been waiting a long time so we can put our agricultural ground to beneficial use. And now we can start doing a little bit more here. It's going to force some conservation. I get it. It's going to force some controversy as well, but it's going to put everybody on an even playing field as well, because we're working towards having flow measurement and head gates installed throughout the whole White River Basin. That's a big piece, in my opinion, to have that done. You can't run a distribution system if you're not measuring the water. So I'm encouraged to see that happening, and I'm encouraged to hear the people come back to myself and my board, and even to our county commissioners and say, hey, that's a good thing they're down there, because now our property values can go up and we can start doing a little bit more in providing more food and fiber for our community. Finally, the last thing is, we had the State of the White River about 2 weeks ago. Nice job. It was a sold out show in Rangeley. We actually, we had about 60 people there and it was elbow to elbow, literally.
That's great.
And it was a great turnout. And there was a good discussion. And it was a pleasant discussion. It was cordial. And then there was people that had to be kicked out afterwards because they didn't want the conversation to end. That was a true testament to what was put forward by the River District staff. And I was one of those people that said out the door, but I heard him starting, so I just left. I didn't want to be that guy. But it was well received. And it was good to see that we had to turn people away. And I hate to say that, but I think we're looking at maybe having to find another venue. And I like that venue, but it ain't enough. We're at capacity. So kudos to you all for doing that. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
Great, excellent. Lisa County.
Well, ditto on our State of the River, and also I went after I promised Andy and our chairwoman I would not sit at the table. I wouldn't say anything, but I went to the managers meeting that we had, and that was fantastic. It was fantastic for me. Those are the people with their feet on the ground, and our staff was excellent. I picked up a lot. I think they shared a lot amongst each other. I know we had that open meeting issue or something, but I just thought, wow. This is really good. The other thing is, mention real quick, couple words I heard yesterday. One came from the staff that got me a little concerned, at least to give you some assurance about our special meetings. I think our special meetings are great. I don't think you should apologize or you said, well, we have all these meetings. Because I feel like a board, wow, we really are up to speed. It's not just once a quarter we show up and not that I really felt that, but I think these special meetings certainly help me. I'm assuming they help all of us. They're well run. We're keeping it within an hour. We do it at a lunch hour. So just from my perspective, I don't have any problem with that at all. The other one that concerns me though, Peter, is the one you mentioned yesterday, and that, I think it was you. The comment that somebody says this is of global importance. That's exactly what we're seeing as a result of the shortfall of water. Just saw a big article last week where the most endangered, they had announced the most endangered river in the world is the Colorado River. Yeah, we got problems, but that draws lots of attention. Somebody mentioned yesterday, well, we're gonna have Walmarts or something like that. The Walmart Foundation is all over this district. And the Walmart Foundation is involved in everything from property acquisition to Marble, Bridgeway, lots of different, and those families. So fortunately, because of the situation, we're drawing in a lot of people that are looking much more at not at our daily need and our daily use of the Colorado River, but of the quote global importance, and which in my opinion, most of the time points away from everyday usage of our agriculture community, cattle on public lands. I mean, there's lots of different issues that are being emitted as a result of that. So I'm sure we all share that, but and the Deep Creek, by the way, when I was in Congress, the wilderness area, if there was mine, they tried to do Deep Creek then. And I mean, it's the foot in the door. Tom and I were talking, we wonder what the board of this river district is gonna look like in 10 years. And a lot of change coming, and I think we're gonna have to be very parochial and very protective of the, Taylor, you've got to write of the history and the importance of the history. If you don't know the history, you soon will know the history if we don't pay attention to it. So I'm not trying to patronize any of the colleagues. It's just those are important issues for me. I do want to say that one of the other aspects of not only having water, but these constant storms in Mesa County have delayed the blossoms on our fruit trees. Oh, and we're almost on the day where there's only been one time in history that we had a freeze beyond that day that wiped out the blossoms. And so it looks like we're going to have a huge crop, to the extent they're going to have to do a lot more tree trimming because they have too many blossoms on the tree. So that's great too. You've all heard about the Grand Mesa. The Grand Mesa is fantastic. Visitor Center, for those of you familiar with it. The visitor center is still halfway up the top of the building with snow. You couldn't even get into it. And then finally, I just say, I think a lot of my constituents would agree with exactly what you said, Doug, your comments. So I'm concerned about that. And then finally, we had a great, I'm glad Eric spoke to us, but think about what I feel. I mean, the more they unify over there, the tougher we got it, because we don't have many resources to unify with. And anyway, those are my comments, and it's a lot better feeling than it was last year at this time when everything we saw was dry and wind. Thank you.
Well, I wished I could say we had feet of snow, but you know, a month ago, I was worried about icing problems. In the last 2 weeks, we don't have to worry about that. We pretty much have no snow unless it's under trees on the north side. Last week, Coach Stoke Creek was trying to cross Highway 114. It was, the millbrook was that fast, which is, it's pretty scary. On Saguache Creek, which is obviously in Saguache County on the other side, the priority yesterday was 23. And we just started irrigating, so that's very concerning. You know, I know what's in Saguache Park, and it's kind of like what's behind my house. It's not a good feeling. So icing would look good right now. Eric's concerns or comments about the Front Range Ag to be the loser. It's too bad that statewide the ag producers are going to be the losers. I just hope that we could work together somewhat to where Colorado can continue ag. I think it's important that we see how much we can produce as an ag state before we're gone. And I wish that the state would suggest and promote what we can do instead of look at our water rights to take away. We've had some cooler days again, and hopefully that'll retain some of the snow, but I just don't know what we're gonna look forward to. And as far as, Saguache County, what was it? Last year, 2 years ago, we were the fastest area to have the snow. And then we're the quickest, for it to go this year. So hopefully we get lots of monsoons and rains and continue these small snowstorms. Push hopes. Thank you.
It's the variation across the district, isn't it?
Mhm.
Thank you, Monte County.
Okay, so I'm gonna pick at DK here, the old adage that all models are wrong, some are useful. I think, at least in having just heard what Reby had to say, I understand it varies around the state, what's going on, but we had great soil moisture going into the fall. I drove to Vernal in the middle of January, and we got a lot of snow since then, and it was 2 foot deep all the way to Vernal, Utah. I mean, there's hundreds of square miles of deep snow. And the soil moisture is good, the snow goes off of the field and the water just sits there. It's not frozen, it's just the ground's wet, it's just sitting there. So I think, last year we had 80 some percent water equivalent in the snowpack, but you could stand in my yard and look up. The snowpack didn't even come down into the oak brush. It was so high. And this year it's the opposite. So last year we had an 80 some percent snowpack and we had a 50% runoff. I think it's going to be the opposite this year, at least in our part of the state. We've got 100 and some percent snowpack and we're going to have way more than that percent runoff. So we'll see what the engineers, I'm just picking at DK because we do that sometimes with each other, but we'll see who's right, the anecdotal guy or the statistician. But the one thing that's really good in Moffett County and I think state West Slope wide is this moisture has taken away the panic mode that we were in. If we were sitting here a year ago, and good decisions are never made in panic mode, whether it's personal or policy. So I'm really glad that, as Brad Udall keeps reminding us, because he's been the gloom and doom predictor, that this is not out of the woods. Yeah, we know that, but it's given us some breathing room to thoughtfully look at what some solutions could be. And as Taylor said, hopefully, we're not just going to go back to the 07 guidelines this year and shoot ourselves as the Colorado Basin in the foot, but I'm really glad about that. I guess as far as in a couple of local things, the River District's support of the city of Craig's water park and the county, we were declared over appropriated, so the River District's involvement with a blanket augmentation plan, doing the work on the study, and then you guys are going to hear later today proposal for helping us some more. But the River District's very highly regarded in the county for its partnerships. I will say the potential legislation proposals that got daylighted, I got some calls that were exactly what's the River District out there promoting being sponsors of a bill, and I had to say we only heard about this under a confidentiality dictate in January. We didn't take a position of support. This is not a river district bill, but the perception declined a little bit because I had calls. So the river district's perception declined a little bit because of that. No finger pointing. It's just that I think we need to be very cognizant of perception becomes reality. And we have a very high reputation. We don't want to let that decline because of our communication. So I want to throw that out there. In the round table, kind of like Director Munger said, we get along really good in a round table. We have great support. A few of us have been talking about the damage that Zoom is doing because we've still kept our meetings hybrid. And those relationships that we built up for 15 years are starting to cool off because you can't have a relationship on Zoom. So I'm hoping that, and I see head nods, I'm hoping that we have the courage to say you either be here in person or you're not at the table. Because we lived that way for 15 years. That way. Otherwise, I'm fearful that all the good work the roundtable's been able to do is going to be harder to do in a Zoom thing. I think looks like that's all I had written down. So thank you.
Delta County.
Well, in Delta County, things are good with as far as water. The soil moisture is good enough that actually a lot of the ditches have postponed turning on. A lot of them are usually on by the 15th of April. I've got to stay up in North Forks, some of those guys are first of May and possibly later. Some of those ditches, more slopes, they can't clean them yet because they're still full of snow. So, I mean, we're looking good that way. Kind of with Scott's report on the peaches and fruit in Grand Valley, that kind of has a almost detrimental effect to the North Fork because we come on a little bit later. And if they have a real bumper crop, then our guys end up just dumping them because they have no market. So
I don't know. I heard your peaches were better than that.
But that's markets and agriculture too. So one time, the North Fork was supposedly the fruit capital of the United States, and other markets opened up and it's slowly declined ever since then. And then we start freezing out all the time. You know, a lot of the concerns have been raised here. I share those concerns. I'm really concerned that the state seems to be trying to take everything over. And I don't think it's necessarily especially good for agriculture that everything the state's gonna have water decrees and decide. Remind me a little bit of the regionalization talk we had this morning, but it almost seems like what the state's trying to do to where they're gonna augment these compacts predominantly with our water, but our water may be going to Arkansas or the South Platte or wherever, but it concerns me. I think the West Slope continues to be left out of the picture. And, I guess they kind of think we aren't smart enough to solve our own problems, but that does concern me, and I think we need to. We got to be part of the game, but we also need to stand up and say, you know, we are part of the game, and we belong to the whole state as a whole. Alden was talking about misrepresentation. Well, I don't feel that way necessarily with our representatives, but we are so outnumbered by the snow that it doesn't matter. And that continues to be where the state is catering to. So I think we're in for a long, hard fight. I want to also thank the River District, the State of the Union, or State of the River in Montrose. I thought it was a big success. A lot of people there. That was great, changing venues. I think that helped a lot. We couldn't handle that many people in previous venues. And I think did a great job there. Appreciated Andy being there. I think that even helps the draw. But it was good success. That's
He did say nice things about his representatives.
You better.
All right.
I could just flip over to the other color and take care of it. Well, in Montrose, we're worried about everything. Same as all of you. Water is gonna be the best news. We got plenty of moisture in the valley last fall where, I mean, it's getting hard to dry out enough to even plow some of the ground. We did plow too wet in some of those places, but you know, the agricultural community seems to be, you know, they're the ultimate optimists. You know, it has always impressed me that no matter what was last year, this year looks like it might be better. Yeah. Next year. Yeah, we're gonna be all right. And, you know, I do appreciate that. Community-wide, Montrose has got the same problems as a lot of places. We're growing like crazy. I think some of the new folks want it to be an awful lot like where they left, even though they just hate where I left. And, but what we did at home, so I've started saying, well, you know, if it's still home, maybe I ought to go back. You know, it's not a good way to start a testimony in a local community. Well, at home, we did this. Well, hell, you ought to go back, it's still home. But, you know, we're suffering the same kind of things, but Montrose has always had an attitude in Montrose County, not just the city of Montrose, but the county of Montrose has always been looking forward. And they continue to do that. They have, well, leadership in the communities in the city and in the county. They're trying to move forward. They want to get better. Things are looking up for that. On a statewide issue, I have the same concerns as all of you do. It's just mine's a lot more up close and personal. The attitude that the state can do what you shouldn't be doing is an overbearing approach that I have not seen before. The zoning things, some of the water things, some of the things we hear about are worrisome because Colorado is not like that. Colorado's always had an opportunity to where we need to work together, and we have. Didn't matter what side of the aisle you were on, what, you know, where your environmental issues were, where your business issues were. Colorado had an attitude that we are Colorado. You know, and we have the East Coast, we have the West Coast. Now, I hope we're not going to become the Mountain Coast. Because some of the things that have been tried out of those coasts are being tried here. And that's really concerning because we're not like that. You know, and that approach of saying, well, you have 85% of this is getting to be more and more. 85% of the resources are here, 85% of people are there. Well, you know, I get that. So I had one old boy say to me, he said, you just don't have enough people, Captain. I said, yeah, I know that. I'm aware of that. Well, you know, if we need it, we'll just come get it. I said, but you forget, we don't have as many people, but we buy one hell of a lot of ammunition. And he kind of, I think he got the message. You know, but there is that approach. And it just seems like we're forgetting who we are. We're not just I-70 corridor and the I-25 corridor. We're not just that. I mean, they won't have Colorado if they don't have us. I mean, ag is getting to be in a lot of people's minds a postcard.
It's something that you look at. It's not something you live. It's not an industry. It's not something that everything is gearing off of it. The foundations in Colorado still have. And I worry about attitudes of, well, you don't need that much water. Well, I haven't changed crops in 100 years, it's the same ground with the same climate pretty much. And it needed that much water 100 years ago. It still does today. We are going to see some improvements with technology and those kind of things, but the cost of that technology makes it the point you probably can't farm unless you're corporate. And if that's where Colorado wants to go, corporate ag is not going to help Colorado. We're making it easier and easier for corporate ag to slip into the market and start to take over. They can afford to hire 3 crews of 8 hours each. Local farms can't. That's just one issue. They continue to monetize how much our water is worth per acre foot. But what's it worth per acre foot to the community that's going to lose it? What does that acre foot of water do? So I think that's one of the things that I'm hoping that, and the River District, I want you to know that you are well thought of over there, and more than well thought of. You're looked to as leaders. Because there's not enough leadership in Colorado Water right now to say, this is what it can do, this is what it should be doing, and this is how it can do that. It's just looked at as an asset, and that's really scary. Water as an asset, and I understand the market, but there's more to that value than just the market value. And we hear the stories of the Front Range selling for $80,000 an acre foot. And they offer us $150 an acre foot for saved use. Come on, guys. We're better mathematicians than that. So, I want you to know I'm very proud to be on the River District, and I want to thank each and every one of the staff members. Those river meetings are getting to be really, really good. When I was in the water users, we would have that, and there were 10 people there. So they started having it the same night as the round table, so at least there were 25 people there. But now we're having to change venues and all those kind of things because more and more people are thinking about water. They see it in the news, but they're also talking about it in the coffee shops. They're talking about what we might be able to do. And that's a great thing. So anyway, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Catlin. And I'll just finish up a lot of the same concerns, especially around the housing bills, 213 and 1255. And I think it's directly related to water. A lot of counties are saying, well, they don't affect counties, but they affect all of our headwaters counties because that's where the water is going to come from. And that push for growth without it being tied to affordability is a huge concern of ours. We continue to be engaged on the Uinta proposed waxy crude train because of our concerns about derailments in Glenwood Canyon and what would happen to the Colorado River if that were to happen. We've got support, several surrounding counties are supporting it, Glenwood Springs as well, and our congressional delegation. So we'll see where that lands. We are concerned about Grizzly Creek burn scar and potential for mudslides there. And I did hear James Heath this morning state that concern as well. And then I'll just finish with an opportunity on the Roaring Fork side of Eagle County. There's going to be a water summit on May 11th. It's organized by Rudai Water and Power Authority. And I think it looks like it's going to be really good. There's going to be sessions on soil health, looking at the measurements that are going on in the Roaring Fork. So getting beyond the modeling piece to the actual soil health, forest health and wildfire, snow. We'll get to see for the first time the results of the 2023 Airborne Snow Observatory measurements in the Roaring Fork. So that should be interesting. The River District is going to be there to talk about the hydrology, but also to talk about the big river issues. And then ending with a session on water justice, looking at some particular concerns of the Latino community in the Roaring Fork. So May 11th in Carbondale at the Third Street Center.
Thank you, Madam President of the Rudite Water and Power. Authority. That was a good plug.
That's right. That's right. Write that in. Be sure to tell your partner.
I will.
All right, we are now moving to the discussion that we had to cut short yesterday, which is.
Yeah, want to talk about several issues, interstate and federal and upper basin water issues on the Colorado River. I want to start just briefly talking about the draft environmental impact statement that came out on April 11th. That came out right after our board memos went out to you, and so your memo said we were waiting for that. It's 476 pages long, plus significant appendices. So I know our Director of Science and Interstate Matters, Dave Kanzer, is reading through it in great detail. And I am too in all my free time, as well as many of others. But I wanted to just touch on a couple things, put it in context and make sure you understand it, because sometimes conversations at the coffee shop and even in the press are incorrect, and it would be helpful for you to make sure that you're at least talking to your people and organized about it. So you'll remember this goes back to, well, it goes back 22 years, but it goes back to June of this year when the commissioner said, hey, we're 2 to 4 million acres out of balance, million acre feet out of balance in the Colorado River system. We're going to give the states an opportunity to solve this. If the states can't collaboratively come together and present something, we will do so. And we being the federal government. So the states were largely unable to do so. And so in November, the Bureau of Reclamation, Department of Interior issued a notice of intent to do a look at a near-term reoperation of the Lake Powell and Lake Mead under the 07 guidelines. And they asked for input. You'll recall we, together with other water users in Colorado, provided input. Our state provided input. The feds then kind of narrowed their challenge to the states and said, hey, we're going to give you to January 31st to come up with a 7-state consensus. And on January 31st, there was a 6-state consensus and a California consensus, if that is such a thing. You know, the Bureau then said, well, we don't know what we're going to model. We're not going to tell you what we're looking at in our draft environmental impact statement. But the notice indicated that they wanted to look at having greater flexibility in the releases out of Glen Canyon Dam, because they said, look, we should anticipate further horrendous hydrology, and right now they're capped, or their maximum or minimum amount they're allowed to let out of Glen Canyon in 1 year is 7 million acre feet under the existing environmental impact statement. So they said, we want to potentially go as low as 5.5 million in their notice. They on the 11th came back and said, all right, we got all sorts of input, and here are the 3 alternatives we're really going to talk about in this report. And it's funny because they say here are the 3. Well, NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, requires always that there be a no action alternative. And so there, one paragraph they dedicated to the no action alternative, in essence said that a no action alternative would not meet the purpose of and the need for a federal action, because it would not ensure that Glen Canyon Dam continues to operate under its intended design. So they basically said, even though we're required to really study this no action alternative, we don't think it's an alternative. And I think, you know, given what hydrology we've had and what we should potentially expect, that's probably a good perspective to have. And they have modeling and examples in the document to back that up. And so then the other 2 action alternatives are essentially very similar to each other, in that what they say is, and they focus on lower basin operations, and they say in the lower basin needs to reduce its use in 2024, they're looking, and this is near term, so this is only 2024, 25, and 26. This is not a long-term fix at all, and they acknowledge that, but this is before the new guidelines come into effect. How can they manage these reservoirs to maintain their critical operations, which are reservoir water supply? They don't mention it expressly, but based on some of the levels they're protecting, and power production, right? The next two alternatives both say in 2024, we were seeking authorization or approval to reduce lower basin uses by as much as 2,083,000 acre feet. And they say we can't do more than that right now because another part of the 2007 final environmental impact statement needs more study and more adaptation before they can enforce larger cuts. But in 2024, they would go as low as 2,083,000 acre feet in the lower basin in terms of cuts. They're also saying in the Glen Canyon Dam releases, the bottom would drop to 6 million acre feet, as high as 8.23 million acre feet. And that's in the level below 3,575 feet in elevation. So at the basically what used to be the low and middle tier operating, they would never release more than 8.23 under this proposal. They may release as low as 6 million. And there's this catch in there that says, and we might even release less if we're protecting the absolute minimum level. And their minimum level identified in this was 3,500 feet. You remember, there's always this talk about protecting 3,525. Power production being the next key level is 3,490. So this thing says we're going to give a huge buffer above power at 10 feet above, right? And we're going to protect that 10 foot above. And they're going to do it not as we do it right now on a twice a year kind of January and April adjustments or setting and then an adjustment. They're going to do it on a monthly, possibly weekly basis where they're operating and they're deciding to 35. If it looks like we're going to violate 3,500 or another critical level in need, they're going to change the operations and releases out of those dams to protect those very low critical levels, just hovering right above power production in both dams. Arguably, they're not protecting power, they're protecting their ability to deliver water out of the Hoover Dam and out of Glen Canyon Dam. It has the impact of protecting some power production. Now, if you have 10 feet ahead instead of the 100 and something feet ahead, you're not really protecting 100% of power by any means. So they both essentially do that. There's a lot more to it, but you know, the ways in which they do it are different. The first action alternative says they will do it by priority in the lower basin, essentially, which means Central Arizona project and Nevada will take the biggest hits. Potentially even turning off Central Arizona, the entire Central Arizona project at certain low levels. California would take a hit, but a much smaller one at the lowest levels of the reservoirs. Under the other alternative, it would be done by across the board percentages on all contractors, starting at about a 13.1% cut. And it looks like dropping down to possibly something close to 26% or increasing to 26% cuts. California is upset about that one, oddly enough. Arizona likes the first one, or no, the second one, excuse me. So, you know, it is, I would say that's where it is. I do want to say, you know, the focus of this is largely on the lower basin, but, you know, there's a statement in there that says, and I think we all need to be aware of it, for all operations, including but not limited to when Lake Powell is approaching 3,500 feet or Lake Mead is approaching 950, the Secretary reserves the right to operate reclamation facilities to address extraordinary circumstances. Cites the provision in the 2007 interim guidelines, including operations that are prudent and necessary for the safety of dams, public health, safety, and other emergency situations, and or other anticipated or unforeseen activities arising from actual operating experience. What does that mean? it means they're reserving the right to change the operation at any federal facility, any federally controlled project within the Colorado River system. And that's upper basin or lower basin. So that's how I interpret that. We'll see as things go on. So it was issued April 11th. There's a 45-day comment period. We are working in coordination with Becky Mitchell, our state's commissioner, to gather comments and work on comments. The commissioner is going to speak at 3 of our 4 remaining state of the river activities at our invitation to present and talk about the draft environmental impact statement. And we will be gathering comments. As I said, staff's not ready to discuss this in great detail, but I am going to just ask Dave Cantor, is there anything else you think we should? And feel free to disagree with me, Dave. My level of understanding this is pretty low. So anything you want to add to this?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much a good summary of what's going on. Rumors are that California and Arizona are coming together for probably some consensus-based situation. One thing I don't think you mentioned is that they kind of look at the year 24 differently than year 25, and they kind of segregate projected cuts as necessary differently. 24 kind of in line with what we heard under the interim guidelines, and 25, if all hell breaks loose, they're going to do something different and have greater cuts up to 4 million. So 25, keep your eyes on that. But they're saying, just to reinforce, that they need to do additional NEPA for some of those cuts above 2,083,000. So how they do that, anybody's guess when they do it. So stay tuned.
And that's a really good point, Dave. I'm sorry I left that part of my presentation on. So it is up to 4 million cuts. That's that 26% cut that could come in 25. And the way I read it, both 25 and 26 is I thought what they were.
Andy, is there anything in there about operations being based on hydrology in the upper basin rather than just purely reservoir levels and triggers?
I mean, the way I read it is that it is based on projected inflows and available water supply. So,
So if we get a good handle on that, that would be easy.
yes, it would. I would say, every indication is, well, they haven't released, and DK touched on this earlier yesterday, they haven't released the April 24-month study where there's usually an official adjustment. Every indication is that we should expect the adjustment to go up to 9.5 million acre feet, the release out of Powell. Doesn't seem like a great idea if we've got one wet year and we're releasing that much water out of Powell. Arguably, the guidelines dictate that result. Guidelines also contain that emergency authority I just read to you. So it's interesting that that's their interpretation today. It helps us in one hand because it brings up our average 10-year running average. It hurts us in the other in that it keeps Lake Powell at a closer to crisis management situation. So there are pluses and minuses to that operation.
Here we go.
You're it.
Okay. I'm sorry, I haven't been able to read that draft EIS, so I thank you for that information. Was there anything in there about reestablishing the crisp pools that are above Lake Powell so that their reservoir levels can be raised up to offer security for the upper basins?
I haven't gotten to anything that says that in that document yet. I do know there are discussions this year with the Bureau about increasing the recovery of those crisp reservoirs. And certainly Blue Mesa and Flaming Gorge are both predicted to come back up. But I don't think in either of those are we expecting 100% recovery of those reservoirs.
So really quickly to follow it, that didn't make any sense. So are we gonna put this excess flow that we're having coming out of the streams in our crisp reservoirs? Or are we just flowing it through down to Powell?
Some of it, I think it's my understanding, again, the 24-month study will be released tomorrow that will really indicate this with more precision. But my understanding is there will be some recharge in our upper initial crisp units. There will be some recharge limited in Lake Powell, and there will be a very large release down to Lake Mead.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, I'm still working through this document as well. In fact, I'm really just starting to get into it, but they do make clear that they are assuming that existing agreements such as the drought response operation, the DROA, are in place and not affected by the proposed actions here. So the DROA agreement contains provisions regarding recovery. So presumably that is the discussions that will for Flaming Gorge and the Aspinall unit. That discussion will be happening. It is not analyzed in here. And so see how much that results. I don't doubt that what Andy said about their reservation of ability to undertake whatever actions they believe that the United States believes that it has in the upper basin if it needs to, that we would challenge that assumption that they have that authority. But the SEIS, I think, is pretty clear that it does not analyze anything like that, it does not contemplate that. So I think that if they ever wanted to, they'd have to come in and do another supplemental EIS. They'd have to provide a notice to do so, unless there was some emergency declaration. I suppose they might get around it that way. But I did take some solace in some of the language, and it's clear. It says that the SEIS does not analyze operations of the entire Colorado River system. Rather, it focuses only on addressing conditions at Glen Canyon and Hoover Dam. And then very next sentence says reclamation does not control the hydrology that affects inflows to Lake Powell. I can get behind that sentence. And so you know, I'll highlight that particular one for future reference.
So does that have anything in there about what the releases from Hoover will be in the short term? Because to me, putting 9 million in Hoover, yeah, I mean, it increases our average, but are they gonna then just release it?
No, they're looking at reducing the amounts of delivery. That's how they discuss it rather than releases. They're talking about reducing amounts of delivery. Under one, it's across, under option two, it's across the board to all contractors. Under option one, it's.
But is there an amount attached to it?
Yeah, there are, and there are some charts in there that, you know, I'm sure our engineering staff loves those charts. I'm still looking at it. Yeah. Well, I just wanted you to know, and staff will continue to work with the state and other water users, but we would encourage, if you have constituents that you're talking to of ours that want and have concerns about this, I would encourage you to have them contact us. Dave is probably our best point of contact, DK, on this, and he can help coordinate our comments. We're going to do our best to coordinate them with the state and others, and so just wanted you to know that was going on. I want to just recap a little bit. Next item is system conservation pilot project that the Upper Basin UCRC rolled out in December. You know, as you'll recall, back in December, we learned about this and at the same time received a commitment from Commissioner Mitchell that we would be involved in reviewing the individual projects that divert water and use that water within our boundaries. And you went through quite a process with us to create rules, and guidelines for those applications. You know, on Friday, March 10th, about 10 days after the application, the extended application deadline, you all received a letter from Commissioner Mitchell reversing her commitment to our district in Southwestern. You know, and then in that letter also indicated, you know, one of the assurances we had received from Commissioner Mitchell is that the CWCB would be reviewing those projects. And we thought that was important for both our district and the CWCB to do that, to make sure that our internal state agreements and policies were upheld and on a number of levels. As you know, there was then a meeting of the CWCB board on March 14th. And they indicated that they were, their agenda item had been modified to not review the actual projects, but just to consider whether or not that program, whatever applications were accepted by the UCRC, whether those applications within that program would apply, would have approval by the CWCB within their conservation program, which would allow for the participants not to be docked for historic consumptive use analysis purposes or abandonment. It was an odd state of affairs at the CWCB meeting. Peter tried to speak on behalf of our district and was provided 3 minutes to do so by the chair, as was Beth Van Verst from Southwest. And so we were assured at that point by the commissioner that there would, although that didn't seem to be an effective public meeting, there would be a public meeting held by the UCRC, and that meeting took place earlier this week, Monday on April 17th. Prior to that, you'll recall on April 14th, this district submitted a letter of comment to the UCRC expressing concerns that we'd heard from our board, that you all have that letter. We did submit it and receive receipt from the UCRC executive director that they in fact had it. At the meeting on the 17th, there was no public interaction, comment, or discussion at that public meeting. Didn't follow a public meeting format that Coloradans are used to, frankly. Our public meetings generally allow for public input and comment. There was no discussion of comments, either ours or anyone else's. We have absolutely no idea of who else may have submitted comments to the UCRC or whether they were considered by anybody at the UCRC. There was no discussion at that meeting of any individual applications. There was a recognition of a rushed process, but generally the commissioners and the staff were very impressed with the work they did in this program. And that's, you know, that's what we as staff saw at that meeting. I understand I wanted to wait till that meeting occurred. Previously, this board had directed myself and staff to draft a letter from the board to our state. We will now do that at your direction now that we've seen the process move forward. You know, a number of our water users have indicated to us who spent quite a bit of time and money that they either received absolutely confusing responses from the UCRC, the state, and the Bureau of Reclamation, the three entities involved. And they basically said they weren't moving forward with it because of the delays and the confusion. Some of our entities spent quite a bit of money, water user entities spent quite a bit of money on their consultants, getting some very thorough proposals together. A great level of frustration from water users and confusion from water users throughout Western Colorado on those issues. We'll express all of that. My plan, unless the board directs otherwise, would be to draft a letter that briefly summarizes kind of what has happened and why we have concerns, but then hopefully make some proposals as to how we can move forward together with the state better on things like this in the future. That in my mind is your general manager was not a successful joint venture of any type with water users within our state. And I know that we can do better as a state. I think the state feels that way too. Hopefully we can find a way to do that. So any questions or comments on that?
How much was granted in the state of Colorado?
It's not entirely clear, especially because some of the larger applications appear to be the ones that have pulled back. So the final numbers are really unknown at this point. I forget, I don't know, DK or Peter or Taylor, I know you were on it. If you remember the number they provided, I don't think it's accurate because there are
About 3,500.
3,500 acre feet. Yeah.
Small.
And it's important to note Utah and Wyoming both produced significantly more water, and even New Mexico with only one application is intending to produce over 4,000 acre feet of conserved consumption use. So, but that's the process. Interested in any feedback on that or direction, if you have anything other than where I've expressed where we intend to go.
I'm curious about how the meeting was set up. Could you see other participants? Do you know how many were there? Were other people able to comment?
That's an excellent question. It was set up in a Zoom webinar format, so we could see the commissioners from the 4 states, the staff from the UCRC, and then their contractors from Wilson Water Group were all visible. The chat function on the webinar was disabled. The question and answer function was disabled. And there was no way to look at a list of participants for anybody else. So the public really had no idea of who else from the public was there. And again, it's just very inconsistent with the way our state conducts public meetings or expects public meetings to be conducted. So it was, I would say, by any measure from our state's perspective, the people in our state, I would say it was not a public meeting the way we know them to be. All right. Well, I would say, we have coming up here something that touches on these very issues, the Colorado River, the system conservation and future demand management stuff. You'll note in your memo, there's a fairly detailed discussion from Amy that's included in there. It's an update from us on where we are with the trust for, the freshwater trust, excuse me. Freshwater trust work that we're doing for a pilot project for demand management. Now this, keep in mind, you'll recall, we're contributing some money. The state is contributing money to what we hope is a much more thoughtful development of a much more thoughtful systematic water conservation plan with rules and tracking designed to protect other water users from injury, designed to hopefully protect communities, to discourage speculation, to have a data-driven water program that actually, we can measure whether it makes a difference. We can measure whether water gets to where it's supposed to go. We want to look at kind of both what we would consider lower elevation large projects and then higher elevation grass hay operations. We're moving forward with that. It's like everything else, it's complex and challenging. But I think especially with the way system conservation rolled out and its lack of those protections, as was outlined, I think, in our comment letter to the UCRC, these efforts really matter. The UCRC and the federal government they are intending to move forward with either system conservation or management in the future because of the ability to store the water for the upper basin's benefit under demand management. We think that's a better program, but it has to be done right to protect all of those values that have been identified by this district in our prior work, by the state in its 2018 policy statement on demand management. We're really trying to flush some of that out with the help of the state. We hope that it moves forward. We think that kind of work is incredibly important. We do know that other states, Utah and New Mexico in particular, are looking at pilot projects in demand management. So there's efforts across the board to try to figure that out. I hope that we are successful in that. It's still a push and some unknowns. We're working on getting some greater clarity in our relationship with the state on it. But I think that is important and hopefully provides a new chapter to what we can do better rather than what we didn't do well together on the system conservation. I think that's important. Related to this is some legislative activity, I think was alluded to by a number of directors in your director reports and concerns. I think coming up shortly after, right after the CFP discussion, we are going to actually have presentation on state affairs and a bill that was introduced today at the State House related to this. And so I wonder if we want to just have that conversation with that. It's a bill that Zane Kessler will talk about. We can have more conversation now, or we can have it then. But I do think it is all related to how we do our work in this state with respect to water conservation and what those programs look like going forward.
Just a quick question. On the freshwater trust, what's the timing of that? I'm sorry if I missed it.
That's all right. The timing is we're really hoping to do a whole lot of development of the program with the freshwater trust between now and September. And then in September through December, recruit in the target areas that we're looking at, recruit producers for a 2025 demand management pilot program in those areas.
25, not 24.
Water, ideally,
I'm
water
sorry,
year.
water year 24.
But
I'm
again,
sorry.
we're operating on a pretty aggressive timeline of trying to get these decision support tools in place, fundraise to implement a potential pilot program. So we're being really aggressive in trying to get this ready because we already feel behind in having these tools to give us more strategy in these conversations. So ideally, water year 2024, a lot of this project is really requires working closely with our water users and the state on a number of fronts.
And you'll recall when the board approved it, we talked about testing out a number of the conceptual market structure concepts that this board was discussing a year ago and demand management concepts. And so we're trying out a number of those to see if they're functional and if they're doable on the ground. And the other thing we're really hoping to test out is, questions related to what I was asking Division Engineer Heath about this morning was, how do we track the water and make sure that it is actually shepherded and safe. So it's a lot of moving pieces, but it also, the rollout even of the pilot depends on, and I think Amy just said fundraising, it depends on, frankly, federal funding that has to be approved by the Bureau, agreed to by the state, the UCRC, and there's money available, as we all know, but the feds love to talk about it, but getting that money actually released for a program like this is a lot more challenging than you might think. When you hear kind of the leadership at the federal level talk about how anxious they are to get it out the door, when we've tried to get it out the door, we're running into trouble. So even the funding of the development of this program, they were unable to fund it because they think it should come out of the bucket of the IRA, the second bucket, which is not yet available for distribution. And so they told us they couldn't help us, right? Even though we're doing exactly what Commissioner Tootin asked us to do in a time frame that she asked us to do it in, and we're not able to get any help from them to do it. So
Just one more thought, if the UCRC has more flexible funding, can we tap into that sooner? Because I think this is going to be really informative and will help the district make good decisions, but I want to make sure it's going to be informed, the conversations that are happening. It'd be a shame to have it come out 6 months or a year later after they've already developed something.
it sure would, Taylor. We're trying every avenue we can to.
I just, UCRC might be, they keep saying they have more flexible funding that they're not, that's available, so.
No, I totally agree. We're trying. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Director Whitmore. I guess I'm wondering and kind of following up on Taylor's comments. So is the UCRC putting together its own program that we just aren't aware of? I mean, is the state of Colorado putting together its own program, are we going to be shut out again? The way we were, we don't know. I guess it's very frustrating. Because just as we put in a lot of time thinking about what would be appropriate sideboards on SCP and being ready to participate. Demand management, I think the district kind of led the way in the state of Colorado by coming up with a proposal, punching bag, whatever you want to call it. But we put together a proposal that kind of fell on deaf ears to some extent. I'm just puzzled by why the state isn't being more collaborative. And ditto for the Upper Basin, UCRC.
Do you want me to take a first stab at that? I think, well, a couple of things that we're trying to do differently with these demand management pilots is we did receive a pretty substantial grant from the CWCB to get these decision support tools off the ground. And the funding that we accessed was the technical capacity grants that are aimed at gearing up for a federal funding ask. So fundraising wise, we're working with the state. We're sitting down with their policy staff to walk them through everything we're doing at every stage so that ideally we walk hand in hand looking at these federal funding sources, whether it's bucket 2 of the IRA or also looking at the Upper Basin DCP money that was allocated through the bipartisan infrastructure law. That's another avenue for this pilot concept. So we are really attempting to lay the groundwork that the state is working collaboratively with us on the early fundraising and ideally will work with us on a number of the next steps for funding this and the next policy considerations that we would need to do to move this forward. So I think that's at least the state of play that we're in right now. But Andy, you might have other pieces.
I would say, Marty, we are doing our best to make sure that the state is working with us. I will say, June, I think it's June 15th and 16th, the UCRC is having meetings in Santa Fe, and they did set that in their December meeting as the deadline for states to come in and discuss. There was some amorphous language around it, but basically to say, okay, here's our check-in on demand management. We're either ready to go or we're not. Here are the issues to identify. It's interesting. Initially, the UCRC, when it talked about demand management and was executing the demand management storage agreement, the Bureau, they indicated that it would be a program that would be approved by the UCRC, but would be different in each state. Because each state has different laws and each state has different ways of administering water and different concerns. It's not clear to me that that's exactly where they're headed right now. And so there's a lot of lack of clarity that we're trying to help improve and certainly can ask Commissioner Mitchell for better clarity on that and get back to you on that.
Other comments, questions?
What about that?
Related?
Well, I guess you asked the question just before that conversation of when did we want to, are we going to continue on meeting here this afternoon because we're scheduled to be done,
Well, we have several items on our agenda, including the state affairs, which is a piece of legislation and other things. So
Okay,
so we don't have a quorum, we're going to meet, right?
Fair enough. So Madam Chair, I have a kind of a scheduling question for you. At 11:50 is item 14 on our agenda. And one of the Moffett County Commissioners is planning to Zoom in to answer any questions that may come about that. So if we could somehow not be involved in something that we can't quit, when that happens, I'd appreciate it so that when he is on Zoom, he can participate in that discussion. I'm not sure how that then fits with Andy's question of, do we want to talk about this now or later? So I'll let you kind of.
I think we can probably just take a break and wherever we are at
Do that.
11:50 and
Okay.
like a short agenda item. And do that.
So I guess my opinion, Andy, to your question, I don't mind when we have a discussion. I would like to have a discussion on potential legislation or a work group this summer. I'm assuming that's what. Maybe some kind of a work group, we're talking about possible legislation. Either way, in my opinion, we as a board should wrestle with what the parameters of possible legislation need to look like going forward. And so this would be a good time would be today, whenever we do it.
Yeah, I think we should talk about that. I think it's best if we let Zane go through the state affairs, and as part of that, it's a very technical discussion. Because I think that piece of legislation is about a stakeholder group or.
Yes, I would assume that, yeah.
And if we're able to eat lunch in this room, are people able to stay until 1 o'clock? I would think we should. Oh.
Okay, looks like we might be stuck here.
Yeah, that's right.
It's snowing pretty hard up my way. I'll be.
All right.
Yeah, 70 will be fun.
So anything else on your report?
Nothing else on my report. I appreciate your attention to all these matters and moving through the world. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, community funding partnerships.
All right, well, good afternoon, board. I think we only have 2 action items for the community funding partnerships. I think we'll slot it nicely before the 11:50 agenda item that we mentioned. I think Stephanie is going to help me get some slides up, but I will go ahead and dive in, and I wanted to make an introduction and announcement. I think the board received an email notification that we are promoting Melissa Wills, sitting next to me, to the Community Funding Partnership Program Manager. This is one of the first steps of some of the staffing plan that the board discussed at the last meeting. So we are moving Melissa into more of a full-time position and working through that transition as we look at the other positions that we'll be filling here at the River District over the next few months. Melissa's been with the district a little over a year and has been working with me closely on the community funding partnership, especially on the back end implementation pieces of some of our grant funding. So I'm really excited to have Melissa help support the program as it continues to grow, and especially support the program more on the application side, working with all of our water users. So you've seen Melissa at many of these meetings, and you'll continue to see her working closely on this program going forward.
And I would just love to add to that. We're really excited to have Melissa. Melissa's an amazing employee, just really grasps what we do and what we're doing with the CFP really well. She's been a huge asset. I also want to say, really appreciate the restructuring that you authorized, because Amy is diving headfirst, more headfirst, I should say, into our policy and legislative matters and really helping Zane and I and Peter and Jason out on these things. And so it's that bandwidth issue that's really fantastic. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you to the board and leadership for the staffing plan. I also just wanted to make a quick note of just the juxtaposition of talking about the Colorado River issues and a lot of heavy policy conversations, and just wanted to thank the board and leadership for passing ballot question 7A and supporting it, and our voters for passing ballot question 7A. I think the community funding partnership couldn't be at a better time to maintain some trust and stability with our water users as we're in some turbulent conversations as we navigate some of these times. So we're really thankful to have the community funding partnership, especially in a position to help support a catalyst for federal funding, which we'll talk about a little bit with the projects today. But we have 2 action items for the board, recommending a total of $550,000 in funding. Projects from 2 municipalities, the city of Steamboat Springs and the town of Crested Butte. But the theme between the 2 to think about is these are both large-scale projects that are looking to leverage a significant amount of funding from the federal government, which has been a focus of our CFP program as to how can we be a player in leveraging some of our local funding to really support large-scale projects. So We'll be talking about that angle, I think, a bit with each of these. But just to go ahead and dive in, we'll start with the city of Steamboat Springs, and I'm actually going to turn it over to Melissa to walk through some of the background details as we get to the first recommendation.
Perfect. So the city of Steamboat Springs has applied for a $250,000 grant for the purchase and installation of a smart irrigation central control system, which essentially will be a one centralized station to control the irrigation for 49 of their city-owned sites, which include parks, open spaces, green belts, etc. And the main impetus to install this really is they have been experiencing line breaks, leakages every year. They said they get about 25 a year, which they're expecting with this new system, they'd have about a 20% water conservation savings annually. So there's definitely some drive to do this. And I think at a higher level, this is the one or the first step of many in their water conservation plan that they installed in 2020. And essentially, it is the city step to showcase to their constituents that, hey, we're going to start taking serious steps as a city to conserve water. They are looking at doing an array of turf replacement programs within their own properties and for private property, as well as updating the city codes for landscaping, et cetera. And so, do you mind moving to the next slide? So what they're really looking for is, this is a very expensive project. It's about $2.6 million. And their request to us is a 10% request, which falls with our municipal grants over the past 2+ years. And this match, well, this fund grant would serve as a match for a CWCB grant to support ultimately a Water Smart grant that would cover most of it. The city also is providing about 29% of cash towards the project. So definitely have some interest in making sure that this project happens. So in total, you know, our staff is pretty impressed with the partnerships, the fundraising, and just their ability to paint this into a bigger picture of citywide conservation steps. And so we are recommending funding the full amount, $250,000, and 30% of this would go towards infrastructure. The 70% would go to conservation and efficiency.
Questions for Melissa or Amy? Yes.
Just real quickly, so I guess I'm troubled, I mean, I'm confused, not troubled, confused about the conservation and the relationship to water breaks. And how, are they gonna replace all the lines through all the city, and, or are they replacing new sprinklers or computerized things, so if they have a break, they'll know that where it's happening, and they'll be able to shut off that system or something?
Yeah, thank you for that clarifying question. So essentially, they're going to replace a lot of the actual irrigation, but this central computer essentially will automatically turn off the water when it detects a leak or any breakage. And so right now they spend a lot of time trying to figure out where is the leak. And by the time they get there, there's a giant puddle, as you guys have probably all experienced. But most of the funds are going towards that main central control system.
Yeah, that's right, Melissa and Director Munger, that they're really using an outdated technology that's pretty prevalent in a lot of our municipal systems, that it's all manual. There is no automatic adjustments for weather conditions or if there is a main break. So right now they're in the situation of, you know, if it starts snowing like this, it's all manual and they have to have their staff go and adjust these, their irrigation for their systems. And then if there is a mainline break, it's until somebody, you know, realizes that the ground is incredibly soggy and we have to investigate. So this is upgrading their system to a much more efficient and technologically savvy operation.
So to follow, so this is kind of a leading edge kind of technology too, or so, I mean, so are they gonna have like a power plant? They're gonna have a control room, or is it all automated, or how?
Yeah, it will be located in their main city parks building, and it doesn't require any more extensive space to put this together. So it's actually, I think it's a pretty small system compared to what you would imagine physically.
Okay, thank you.
Director Catlin.
Are they using potable water to irrigate with?
No, in the past few years, they have moved away from that, but they do pull out of the Yampa River into their Fish Creek irrigation. So what do they call it?
It will take
System.
some demands off of
Yeah.
their Fish Creek water treatment system. I don't have the exact percentages of what amount is potable and what isn't, but there is a certain amount that will not have to go through their treatment plant.
So they're migrating to raw water for irrigation versus treated water?
I think for this one, it will reduce potentially the amount of diversions that they would use. I don't know how much it's going to change potable versus non-potable in their system, but I think all of this is in alignment with implementing their conservation plan that is looking at all of those pieces into the future.
Okay.
Director Gray.
So this is happening in my valley. The one thing that it just seems a cost benefit is the total expected conservation is less than 12 acre feet a year. That's a pretty low return on 2.6 million. And I don't want to throw rocks at my constituents in where I live, but I'm like, wow, we got to have some consistency, or do we in our community funding have some kind of matrix that determines the cost benefit?
Can I just speak to that for a minute? Director Ray, staff's had that very same conversation. This is, I think, a point for all of us to remember, our policies want to ensure that agriculture stays in place. There's resistance to having all water conservation that's being called for in the entire Colorado River system coming out of ag. It is just plain and simple, more expensive and less water available in urban settings. It is true whether that water savings occurs in Denver, in Steamboat, in Glenwood Springs, Las Vegas, LA. It's just less water because there's less water consumed. So yeah, we know it's more expensive. We totally understand that. But we've also got to help our cities contribute to the water conservation efforts.
I'm not going to vote no. I
I hear you.
I struggle with it.
Yeah.
Steamboat has a unique situation where they've, Director Monger knows better than the rest of us. They've had really significant flow and temperature issues in the Yampa as it goes through town. And this is one way in which the city is trying, not only themselves, but trying to set an example for their other water users to stop using so much water outdoors so that they actually can support their local economy, which is very tourist related, and try to keep that river open a little bit more.
I would say too, the applicants told us they have a pretty strong plans to bring water conservation to every individual home. And it's really hard to advocate for that when you drive by and it's pouring rain and your city parks have sprinklers on. So it's a strategic move, but yeah, I agree. Doesn't have the highest immediate reward.
I think you brought that up with the turf removal program, probably same.
Yeah, I guess that's
logic a little.
somewhat similar, yeah.
Right.
Hard for me to wrap my mind around, like I say, the cost benefit. All of us who are using water and we think about improvements, even if we're getting some cost shares, the first thing you look at is the cost benefit analysis that you can do because you're going to be writing checks. And I understand that public entities have a different way of looking at it.
All right, we have a staff recommendation to fund $250,000 to the city of Columbus Steamboat Springs for irrigation control.
Yeah, I'd move the staff recommendation.
Second by Munger, second by Whitmore, all in favor?
Aye.
Board, our next action item is from the town of Crested Butte. This is for the Coal Creek Dam rehabilitation. And moving forward into the construction phase of this project. So the Community Funding Partnership in 2021 provided a $42,000 funding award to help with design and engineering, with an encouragement as the project moved forward in that phase, that we would be willing to discuss a construction application at a later time. So just a reminder on the background, Coal Creek Dam is located at Lake Irwin, which is about 7 miles west of the town of Crested Butte. And it's the sole source of drinking water for the town and flows through Coal Creek down into the town's treatment plant. The biggest factor here is looking at the aging infrastructure of the outlet works of Lake Irwin, which many of these components are nearing a century old. So there's 150-year-old timber set inlet tunnel that the best guess was implemented or constructed in 1877. The valve structure is 85 years old. And then the outlet pipe is 40 years old. So looking at all of these outlet pieces that are in various states of deterioration and disrepair. Also as part of this, as the town was doing their analysis of the dam was also reclassified from what they were expecting to be a low hazard to a high hazard, given potential impacts of any sort of dam breach to Coal Creek and the town below. And so that has caused the cost of the rehabilitation and the design and engineering to increase to a total project cost estimate with 60% design of about 7.6 million. So we're looking, this is where, as we think about the project benefits and looking at what the upgrades would include is installation of all new pieces to their outlet works, from a 16-inch pipeline, installation of a new concrete valve structure, relocating and elevating the access road to make sure that the freeboard of the dam is appropriate for a 500-year flood event. As we think about the project benefits, again, this is the sole source of drinking water for the town. It improves the water quality in Coal Creek by diluting impairments associated with a lot of historic mining sites. But the real conversation that we had from the Community Funding Partnership perspective is how can we help the town in their support for the large scale funding needs to finish this rehabilitation. So again, a $300,000 funding award is about 4% of the total project costs. The funding strategy for the town is looking at potentially a congressionally directed spending request that would go through and is dependent on numerous political conversations over the next few months, and also looking at some FEMA grant opportunities for high hazard dam classifications. This would also support funding of $500,000 from the CWCB roundtable that's split from the Gunnison Basin Roundtable and also from the newly created statewide account for aging infrastructure. So our intent with the CFP funding is certainly it is dependent on the large scale federal funding need to get this across the finish line. But our hope is that, again, we can use CFP in a position to help catalyze and leverage these federal dollars by showing the local support, showing the need to maintain this critical infrastructure for drinking water supply. So that's part of the reason of bringing it to the board now and at the 60% design phase, is so that we can help as much as we can set up the town for success in looking at these larger fundraising needs. And so with that, we are recommending a grant of $300,000. You know, are we the major fundraising player on the construction of this project? No, but we're really trying to use our local funding as wisely as possible to move the needle for these larger federal funding requests. So we are recommending a grant of $300,000 to support the construction of this project.
Questions, comments, Director McGinnis?
So I'm trying to sort through, first of all, the in kind. As I mentioned previously on this one, the applicant puts in their in-kind contributions and somehow that makes it- we're not comparing apples to apples because nobody else is measuring in kind. I have a problem with that. Number two, I think you just said we're not one of the major contributors, but if you take out the in-kind and you look at the chart we've got here, obviously we're of no comparison to the congressionally directed spending, but the others, this is a significant grant. I'm not so sure, I think about, dealt with Crestview a lot over the years. I'm not so sure I can think of one water project system-wide that would be important to our district that they would have supported or they would support today. So I'm kind of, just, it seems to me that we're kind of getting into expenses that should be, they have their own ability to raise money. They can go back to their taxpayers, so can the city of Steamboat, so can the city of Grand Junction. I don't know, I kind of see this money as money we need to help communities in need. Crestview is not in need financially when you look at their whole package. Steamboat the same way. Grand Junction, by the way, is the same way. It's little 300,000 here, and my guess is that they'll be back for more. In fact, we invited them to come back after we gave them the initial 42,000. And I guess I would like to know, one, when does the invitation stop? Is it open-ended? Two, how do we discount or compare apples to apples so we don't throw in-kind in unless everybody throws in-kind in? And four, remind me of our policy of communities that really can self-fund their own. We have a large district with a lot of areas that don't have that capability. They're not resort communities. They're not wealthy communities. And so remind me of our policy of, we consider ability of themselves to self-fund versus our ability to spread the money around more district-wide where the money is needed. It's kind of like the debate I have when we have private individuals that come to this kind of a system. So help me, give me a little guidance on that.
Sure, Director McGinnis. I think those are great questions, and I'll try to answer maybe starting in reverse order, and you can help me make sure that we can get through all of them. But in terms of our equity targets, we do have two viewpoints that we look at of, over a 5-year running average. Our policy is we want a near equal distribution across the 5 categories that we fund. We also want to look at equity from a geography standpoint. So those are pieces that we've looked at in all of our funding awards, particularly in this case of, looking at what distributions Gunnison County and the Gunnison Basin has received. So those are the pieces in our policy that look at some of the equity components. We do often, especially.
What does equity mean?
So we have.
It is defined in geographic equity in our policy, and I don't have it right in front of me, but it includes distribution by population, by need, but also by financial contribution, making sure that the program was not designed to reallocate resources. There were some concerns about some of our things that we were going to take, spend it not in their communities, but there are more populous areas of our district that will receive more funding than less populous areas. There are needs across the different water user sectors as well that all need to be brought into consideration. But and we have a detailed analysis. I think we're within that certainly in this recommendation. But
just the other components too of, we do always look at how are municipalities raising the rates for self-funding some of these conversations. It's difficult to really determine, what is that threshold for ability to pay. The town has raised their rates by 50%, and they have a tap base of just 1,150, given the impact of the size of the town and how it swells with non-resident populations. And they have taken on a significant debt service for the other capital needs related to water and otherwise, but also significant upgrades to potentially wastewater treatment plant, which we have not been in a position to fund. And so with municipal projects, Melissa had mentioned related to the city of Steamboat, while it's not a defined policy, we are careful not to provide much more than 10% of municipal projects. 10% of the total project cost for municipal projects, because we have to be mindful of this sector, the high cost needs, and what we have with the community funding partnership to make a difference. So even for this project, we lowered our percent contribution to 4%, just because we're not in a position to fund a significant portion of this municipal project, and do want to see them get funding from other sources. And then maybe the last point on the in-kind, I think the way our guidelines are set up is that, you know, we want to see a strong cash contribution from all of the applicants, but we do take in-kind contributions into consideration. And I think from this perspective, the town is putting a lot of their own engineering staff in a project management and engineering role. They have their GIS folks doing a lot of on the ground work that, you know, we did want to include as part of the consideration, but we do not fund projects that solely include just in-kind services.
Then the final question, thank you, those have been good responses. So the final question is this the end of the requests, or are they being invited, as we did last time, for them to come back for more?
This is the end of our encouragement for them to come to us through the community funding partnership. The reason we encouraged them the first time is we knew engineering and design was at such an early phase that we weren't going to have a clear indication of the total project cost. So rather than doing one CFP award for engineering and construction, we opted to separate them into two requests.
We do have a representative from the town of Crested Butte online, Carolyn DeGroat, if you're there and would like to say
Real quickly,
something.
are we supposed to stop for a Zoom or something?
We will assume, but we do have someone from Crested Butte on here.
Okay.
We'll get that.
I forgot all about that.
Can we change the way this is displaying, please, so that we can see the Ms. DeGroot?
And we're taking our slides down so we could see. All right, there you are.
Carolyn?
Hello. Thank you so much. Yes, what is your question?
I just wondered if you would like to talk about this project from the town's point of view and your contribution and the overall funding.
Okay, great, thanks. Yes, Amy is right that the help of CRD money will help us position ourselves so that we can go after federal money so that we can make this project happen. This project also benefits other parties such as downstream. We help like put water into Coal Creek so that there's a better quality of water, there's more recreational, there's water for other downstream water rights. We continue to have that valve open all year round. So this also benefits other players, and as well as the town for our sole source of our water supply. And we would really appreciate you considering giving us $300,000 for moving this project forward so that we can try and position ourselves for the federal funding. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Is it your understanding that this is kind of the last request for this particular project, or do you anticipate coming back to us for more if your project has cost overruns or your federal money's less than anticipated?
Yes, I've been working with Amy and Melissa on this. And it has always been that we would request money for engineering and then construction, which is now.
Oh,
There was no discussion about further money.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? We have a basin rep here, Director Hatton.
I'd like to make a motion to follow staff's recommendations.
Okay, a second by Rober, by Kaplan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And thanks, Chris, for you. Looks like you did.
Thank you so much.
And I will just note that there is additional information in the report on the community funding projects that have been approved by our general manager, and also those equity targets. There is a chart of those on page 17.
We're gonna switch agenda items real quick. I know that you see the sandwiches have arrived, but we're gonna hold you on. We have a couple commissioners from Moffett County who are on, if we could pull them up. Hunter is gonna lead a discussion that is item number 14, so a little out of on the Elkhead Reservoir approval of a water contract with Moffett County. Hunter, can you take it away?
Definitely. I do hate to be the person that's literally standing between you and lunch, but I'll make this brief. So I do want to say thanks to the board, and thank you as well to Commissioners Ward at the yard for being on the board. On page 466, you'll see my memo. Thanks, Director Gray, for keeping this up and your director's concerns. The memo describes a request to the board to authorize an option contract with Moffett County for water supply out of the Elkhead Reservoir. For a little bit of context on this, in March of last year, the state engineer, Kevin Ryan, designated the Yampa River Basin as over appropriated. It really doesn't have much impact for surface water diversions, but it does have an impact on future well permitting. So any future well permits after that date, they have to have either an augmentation source or a substitute water supply plan. So in response to that designation, the local water community came together and started pursuing an augmentation plan so that the lower Yampa can continue to develop water. In particular, the Colorado River District, Moffett County, and Great Northern Water Conservancy District have been pursuing this augmentation plan. One step in that is that the River District funded through our community funding partnership, the Lower Yampa Augmentation Needs Study. That study done by Wilson Water Group quantified the approximate need for augmentation supply for future well permits. So we've completed that, and Moffett County took the baton, and they are pursuing an augmentation plan currently in water court. One aspect of that is that they need a water supply for their augmentation plan. And they've come to the River District and requested a 200 acre-foot option contract that would provide them the certainty of supply that they need to get that augmentation plan through water court. Just as a little refresher on option contracts, an option contract essentially reserves an amount of water for an entity so that they can have that available in the future when they need it. And we charge a reduced rate for that. It's something that we've done in the past in the Colorado River Basin. And once they actually need that water, then it shifts from a reduced cost contract to the full standard then current municipal industrial contract rate. The county reached out to us with this request for an option contract and expressed a need for some financial flexibility. This is the county's only augmentation plan. It's their first one. They've never done this. And they currently don't have any enrollees in an augmentation plan. So they don't really have a revenue source to help get this off the ground. So they've asked us to be flexible with them to help them get this augmentation plan rolling. So we're requesting something that deviates from past practice. We're requesting a little flexibility for them so that for the sooner of 5 years, or as soon as they get 35 enrollees in the augmentation plan, we will only charge 5% of the then current marketing rate. And after that 5 years or 35 enrollees, then it'll bump up to our past practice of a 10% charge for that option portion. So I hope that makes sense. And that's our request. It's a request to execute a 40-year option agreement with Moffett County for 200 acre feet of water from Elkhead Reservoir. And I have some more details in my memo, but that's kind of the high level overview.
All right, we'd like to hear from, let's hear from the Moffett County folks and then Director Vandenberg.
Yeah, hey, thank you. My name's Commissioner Tony Booyer, and also Commissioner Melody Villard is on here as well. I'm the chair for Moffett County right now, and just would like to say thank you, first of all, and how much we appreciate the flexibility in this. This was something that was handed to us. It wasn't something that we actually advised against it, that we would even over appropriate the waters, just historical, but obviously we're in this boat. And so we just appreciate you guys working with us and giving us a couple options. You know, not only on top of that, you guys are in this business. We know that, you know, we had to spend $100,000 just making an augmentation plan just to get to this place. And, you know, I think Routt County is a little different than Moffett County when it comes to, we have a lot of 5 acre parcels. So if someone wants to buy a 5 acre parcel and they want to get a well, we had to have this plan in place and we had to augment it somehow. So, anything over 35 acres, you don't have to do that. And so we just greatly appreciate the hard work between Andy and Jason and Hunter of just making sure that there was other options. So I think that's all I will say unless there's questions and unless Commissioner Villard has something. We just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything?
I just would add the clarification that we didn't ask for a change on the price of the water that we purchased, just on that option. And we really appreciate you guys brainstorming through that with us and giving the opportunity for this 5% option.
Thank you for weighing in. Director Vandenberg.
I want to say nicely done. You seen this crisis that kind of snuck up on you, not expectedly, but you handled it very efficiently and expeditiously, and you have a solution now to kind of keep your county moving forward in areas of critical concern. Congratulations and nicely done. So it's something to be noticed. So pleasure to watch this work out for you.
Thank you. Director McGinnis.
Yeah, so what is the standard lockup? Tell me, 40 years is a long time, so what's the standard lockup we use when we do something like this?
Our standard water marketing contracts are for 40 years, so this doesn't deviate from that. And also you need to show a long-term supply in order to get an augmentation plan through Water Corp. So this would help the county establish that.
Right, thank you.
Yep.
Comments, questions? Motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, second by Beckley and Vandenbrink, moved by Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's approved. Thank you, and thank you for being here at our meeting today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Right, we are now down to 2 items left on our agenda: external affairs report and annual policy review. Let's just take a quick enough time to go back and grab your lunch. Sit down, let Zane get things queued up, and we'll start with external affairs. All right. All right, welcome, and we have information on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, board. I'll try to project with all the lunch happenings here. But just wanted to give you a quick update since our board meeting in January of where the external affairs team has been focused in our work. I think first and foremost has been our spring State of the River season has taken up a lot of bandwidth. It's one of the biggest efforts that we put into in terms of external affairs team time and energy each year. I want to thank Lindsay for all the work she put in to set us up for success this year. This is our team's 2nd season of State of the Rivers, and it's been going smoothly so far, knock on wood. So, but she put a lot of effort into setting us up, getting our venues and dates lined up well in advance this year. So, and working with partners to make sure that everything goes out without a hitch. I'm going to let her give the update on where we've been with State of the Rivers, the number of people we've reached and where we have to go forward. But before I do that, I just want to make a few notes from our memo just about what we've been doing in terms of tapping into our strategic communications plan in the last quarter, really making sure that as we do our State of the River events and all other communications that we're able to stay nimble as a communications team and as a river district updating our staff and all of you as best we can as new information arises, whether it's the hydrology that we're experiencing or updates like the SEIS from the Bureau of Reclamation, and how we're able to pivot as we're giving public presentations, talking to the press, et cetera. So we're really trying to make our team as nimble and flexible as possible when it comes to providing updates in such a fast-paced environment right now on the Colorado River issues. Additionally, we've had a lot of great connections with the media. We've had some big national news stories that have gone through on CBS and CNN that hopefully you all have seen. It's also in our mentioned press attachment list. Andy has been well sought out for a lot of his comments on what's happening in the Big River issues, and it just goes to show how much the River District is looked to as a voice on what's happening, not just for the West Slope, but for Colorado as well. And in particular, focusing on a lot of the concerns about speculation that have come up in recent months and last year. And we also have been working very directly with our community funding partnership team with Amy and Melissa on elevating those stories. And we are really trying to make an effort, as we've mentioned in the past, to integrate CFP more thoroughly, more heartily into our messaging, into our State of the River programming. We've had a lot of community funding partnership grantees give their own presentations at our State of the River events this year, which has really helped to kind of solidify elevating their voices and their stories as part of what the River District and the West Slope of Colorado is doing to walk the talk. And, you know, really, it's such a positive way that we get to talk about the things that we're doing as a district and in Colorado to confront a lot of the negative news stories that are coming out on the Big River issues. So as a team, we are very honored to be able to present on the community funding partnership. And we do have a video. We've been working on our vignettes. I would encourage all of you, if you have not seen, we have our community funding partnership website has embedded videos of all the vignettes we've been working on with the team. Those are all linked to our YouTube page as well. I'll try to play that after Lindsay gives the State of the River update. But we've been working on some technical issues with the sound. So hopefully we can play it for you here today, but if not, we'll encourage you to go to the website and I can send out a link. So with that, I'll pass it over to Lindsay on State of the River.
Sure, yeah, well, as Mario mentioned, State of the Rivers do represent the biggest investment we have as far as an outreach effort, as far as time and staff hours and general face-to-face exposures all in one place. So we do try to plan them pretty intentionally around our messaging priorities. And we have had really great success this season. About 475 people have shown up in person at these events, almost 500 if you include, of course, staff and speakers. And our registrations have been even higher than that. Sometimes there's been weather conflicts and whatnot, but that also allows us to grow our outreach with newsletter emails if they sign up for that. So those registrations have been closer to 700 overall, with just, well, no, 600. And that's been really good. We've done Montrose, Craig, Steamboat, and Mesa. Montrose coming in as the big winner, about 160 people in person. So that was excellent. Great way to start the season. Coming up next, we have Glenwood Springs on May 2nd here at the Community Center for Middle Colorado. And then we're going to move up into the headwaters some more with Grand and Summit on May 22nd. 3rd, and then rounding out the season with Eagle on the 1st of June. And all of those are going to have a variety of speakers and agendas. We work with local partnerships to see what it is they want to talk to people about, how can we give these people who have a really close connection with their community priorities a platform to share what they're doing, the good work that they're doing. And I think that's my favorite part, because I always end up learning a lot from those local partnerships. And so we really value that. And I think Marielle mentioned that we will have a new headlining guest speaker at 3 of these. So keep an eye out for those agenda changes as we go forward.
All right, I'm going to attempt to play our most recent vignettes that we worked on with the CFP team about our Yampa pilot program. Do it from here. The sound works. This is our community funding partnership page on our website. So if you scroll down, in case this doesn't work, we have the trailer and the 3 vignettes that we've done so far, all here on the website. And we will have a 4th one in the next month or so. It will be our final vignette of this series. Let me see if I can get this work.
For more than 80 years, the Colorado River District has been working to protect West Slope water and keep your water on the western slope. Today, the Colorado River District continues that legacy with the creation of the Community Funding Partnership.
Ranching in Forestville Valley is a family operation, so I mean, it's sort of a heritage for us.
Without water, we don't have a home, and the Upper River makes it home for us. The one unique thing that we do have is we are one of the oldest bases that's not fully developed.
I was fairly confident in thinking, in my career, I was never going to see a call in the Upper River. And then sure enough, in 2018, we saw a call.
Water availability in the Yampa has decreased by 25% over the past 100 years. And that's a fact that we all deal with.
You know, late season flows are getting lower and lower. It was sort of a wake up call that, no, we're going to be into this some more.
The Yampa River is a relatively wild, untamed river that's not very much storage. You have Stage Depth Reservoir and Open Reservoir are really important. In 2018, first call, just means that there's not enough water in the river to meet everybody's needs.
The drought hit us really, really hard. At that time, we made the decision to get rid of that herd and start actually planning for drought a little more.
District Police Department in Elkhart Reservoir. And as an owner of the reservoir, we also are able to release water from the reservoir for beneficial use. And at the bottom half of the reservoir is owned by the city of Craig, a number of power providers in Orange, but also these districts, Tri-State Power Transmission, and the Endangered Fish Recovery Program. Through our community funding partnership, it's enabled us to purchase 1,500 acre feet of water and release that water during critical drought periods. From the reservoir, it flows down Elkhart Creek to the Yampa. It makes its way into endangered fish critical habitat. It improves the habitat for those fish. And the way water use beneficial.
When the Colorado River District did that, I was able to turn my pumps on, and that probably saved anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000. It was huge.
We had developed a mechanism to protect that water down to Maybell. And then beyond Maybell, anybody could pick that water up, which is what allowed that call to come off.
We're coordinating really closely with the Fish and Wildlife Service, with the Colorado River District, and with the Water Trust to release water so that it's available to disclose for endangered fish, but also for the other water users.
This continued collaboration is imperative if we want to see this a healthy river.
I'm really hopeful because we've seen a big difference in the actual benefit to the river.
And it was good at showing that we're improving while at the same time providing water for.
We have a very good group of people that's in the water world, in the application. Together we can make a plan and make this work.
Together, we're funding community-driven projects that benefit current and future generations on the Western Slope. Because the work we do today will define our communities tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah, and apologies for the bandwidth choppiness on these screens here, but hopefully the folks on Zoom is much smoother for them. So assuredly, it's not as choppy when you're watching it live. So that's our most recent vignette. We'll have another one coming out soon. We had our last interviews recently, just a few weeks back, with Dr. Perry Cabot and what we funded around the artificial intelligence to advance irrigation efficiency. So we will have that out for you soon, and we'll keep you posted. But we welcome any questions.
Questions?
But now, this is public relations. Who handles people in the media? We have it's going to be really critical coming up that we have a quick response team and you review every day all the media to make sure that we can.
Yeah, that's a great question, Director Mendes. Yes, we keep tabs every day on news stories that are coming through. We're developing even better, stronger relationships with all of our media partners, especially those on the West Slope and local partners. We have actually a meeting that Andy will be joining us for with the editorial board at the Grand Junction Sentinel next week. So we're working with them directly, and we would invite you to join that as well. I will send you an invite to that. So you've just set this up. So we'll get you involved in that. And yeah, otherwise we are responding to reporter inquiries. Lindsay is on the phone a lot with reporters and seeing what questions are coming up in terms of where they're.
Fantastic, and I think it is good for any board members to go to a better flow of in their particular. But, quick response.
Yeah.
So that they don't think that we're buddy and what parties that we're not buddy. So great, good, thank you.
I would say, with the demise of local and regional newspapers, we have fewer editorial boards. We've only really been able to identify 2 papers within the district that have current editorial boards. It's in Junction Sentinel and the Post Independent here in Glenwood Springs has a reconstituted that board that we just put back together recently. I think that's it at this point that we know. You know, we do try to reach out to editors and others to get our points across as well. And I would say this staff does great. We generate a tremendous amount of press for a small agency, and it's really in large part due to the team you have in front of you. They do a great job. So.
Well, it's important, and if we don't tell our story, tell part of it, nobody's gonna tell for us, or if they do, they'll tell it in a different way. Even though they don't carry the muscle they used to, they're still important. They're so good. I'm just glad to hear.
Director Haas.
Yeah, just along those lines, are you all inviting press for all the state of the rivers? And, no, I know with these small papers, they're also the water reporters change quickly, so just let us know if we can help find those.
I was actually just going to say, as you all are out in your communities a lot more, we have noticed a tremendous amount of turnover, especially on the Western Waterway. I don't know why no one wants to write about this all the time, 24 hours a day, but apparently they don't. So if you are in your community and you happen to be at an event and somebody says, hi, I just started working for X newspaper and I'm going to be covering water or the outdoors or something like that, and you want to just like send Marielle or myself a quick email with their name and contact. We usually see it when I get the actual reading of the papers, but I mean, if you meet them and you have a personal connection and you want them to be hearing our story more, please don't hesitate to send us.
One other thing I like, what I'm noticing happening in Grand Junction, although with the moisture gets back off the roof, you have no idea what the river district does. They have their own, well, we're gonna save the river kind of philosophy, and they don't understand water rights. So anytime you can reach out, you read about a new group forming, we have 3 of them at Grand Junction. I contacted a couple of them and said, hey, this really is the river district. We're kind of, you need to stay in your lane. This is our lane, so to speak. Anyway.
My relationships are crucial. Thanks.
Other comments, questions? I know people really appreciate the news drops with that curated news source that they don't feel like they're missing.
With your news drops, even the Ample Light Green Roundtable has now kind of followed suit and created their own. So what you did is something that's being moved.
We have a previous team to thank for that, but it has been tremendously
Yeah.
helpful for outreach
And-
going on.
Water, I think Wico's doing something like that too, or water educator, I just got one here, I don't remember which one it was. We're seeing others follow suit, so you're rather trained.
Director Marcus.
Yeah, I really like them too. The only problem is some of those things you pull up. Oh, by the way, we're not gonna let you in because you need that subscription. Or you've already exceeded the 2 for the month.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are copyright issues. Our prior newsletter, when I got here, went out to directors and literally just a few others. It had a distribution of 62 people. And it had copies of PDFs of the news stories, which was convenient because you didn't run into paywalls. It was also in violation of copyright. And so we have rectified that situation, but yes, it does create that problem. But if you want to subscribe to every newspaper we send things to, by all means.
And how many subscribers now?
It is close to 6,000.
Wow.
More than
Close
62.
to 6,000.
All right, thank you all very much. Next up is state affairs, and Zane, are you still out there? There he is. You're on mute though.
I was just saying, thank you, Madam Chair. I am here. I'm bouncing between the Capitol and here. I was in DC for the National Water Resources Association fly-in and board meeting yesterday. And so I apologize that I haven't been able to be with you in person. But we've got a lot to discuss. So on state affairs, why don't we dive in? I have no official new bills for you, but I did want to start with some important amendments to the stream restoration bill that you will remember we discussed last Thursday, immediately prior to its first hearing in the Senate. That hearing for Senate Bill 270, which is the stream restoration bill, was a barn burner. The calendar pressure was really what was bearing down on it. The committee hearing was scheduled for last week at 1:30, but the floor work preempted the schedule and the hearing finally convened around 8 p.m. Unfortunately, it was the last on the list of bills for that committee and did not get out of committee until about 12:30 a.m. on the morning of April 14th. In that committee hearing, though, we succeeded in having substantial amendments made to the bill. When I arrived at the Capitol, I began working with the sponsors and other stakeholders to discuss the ideas and the specific amendments that were endorsed by the River Districts Board. Within a matter of a couple of hours, I think it became clear that for the proponents on one side and the opponents on the other side, and with entities like the River District in the middle, the easiest path forward at this time, or at that time, was to propose amendments that would strike the vast majority of the bill and leave intact primarily the minor stream restoration category, which is something that had general support amongst River District stakeholders or River District constituents. It was not the subject of our amendments. It was really an attempt to define what minor stream restoration projects are and ensure that those are determined to be non-injurious by within the statutes. So the bulk of the work to amend the bill that evening was to strike everything except for the minor stream restoration projects. It does leave a definition for what would have been let's call it a normal stream restoration project, and a grandfather clause that ensures that the division engineers around the state aren't using this bill to go out and tear projects out of the ground that have been in place and have not been determined to be injurious prior to this legislation. The third thing it does include at our request was a clause that specifically states that just because a project is not a minor stream restoration project, that does not create a presumption that it is injurious. So that was something that Peter had discussed with those members of the board that were present last Thursday. We secured that language in the bill for projects that do not fall within the confines of a minor stream restoration project. So with that being said, I would say our principal concerns have been more than addressed. I think we've charted out a path to have a longer conversation on some of those more problematic sections of the bill in the interim or in subsequent sessions. There is no task force in place or no clear direction to the interim committee to take this up, but my expectation is that there will be many conversations on this topic during the interim session and likely next year as well. But with our principal concerns addressed and stricken from the bill, with the amendments that we secured last Thursday evening, I would like to recommend that the River District Board change their position of amend on Senate Bill 270 to a position of support.
Comments, questions for Zane?
Would move staff recommendation.
Motion by Munger. Second.
Second.
Second, Richard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are now in support of.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The next update I have for you is related to Senate Bill 213. This is the controversial land use bill that was heavily amended late last night in the Senate Local Government Committee. The two primary, the bulk of the time last night was spent on two amendments. There were 17 amendments in total that were offered by the committee, but one would lessen the imposition of state authority onto large cities. It would reduce, I've got my notes here, it would, larger cities would no longer be required to let multifamily housing with up to 6 units be built in a residentially zoned area. Under this major amendment, those cities, and this is primarily Front Range entities, but we did discuss this at our meeting last Thursday about the potential water implications and the demand implications of policy like this coming into place. Those cities would only have to let duplexes, triplexes, or fourplexes be built in up to 30% of their land currently zoned for single-family homes. And that would have to be concentrated in a transit-oriented development manner around train and high-frequency bus corridors, et cetera. The second major amendment did lessen the blow to rural resort communities or rural resort job centers. Those are defined currently in the bill as municipalities that have a population of at least 1,000 people and at least 1,200 jobs and are outside of a metropolitan planning organization like DRCOG or the Front Range Metropolitan Planning Org. These rural resort centers also have to have transit in place and at least 20 trips per day. These are folks like the River District communities of Avon, Breckenridge, Crested Butte, Dillon, Frisco, Glenwood Springs, so on and so forth. Most of the Roaring Fork Valley and the Eagle and Summit County areas. The amendment, as I understand it, would provide up to, they could choose from a menu of different planning codes. The initial response I've gotten from CML and others is that this is still unacceptable and it will not lead them to support. Senator Roberts has served as the swing vote, or did serve last night as the swing vote on committee. The bill made it out of committee on a 4-3 vote with a hesitant yes from Senator Roberts, but with a commitment from the bill sponsor secured by Senator Roberts that additional amendments related to the rural resort job centers and specifically the water components of the bill would be addressed in additional conversations. So I'm not recommending any change in the River District's position. I think there is still more than enough here to maintain our position of oppose, but I wanted to make sure you were in the loop as best as I could loop you in on what is a rapidly moving or quickly developing bill on Senate Bill 213. Happy to try and answer any questions if you have them.
Danvers, House Bill 1255.
The River District is not tracking 1255 as it was not, it doesn't have the controversial water components of that 213 has. 1255, let me pull it up. I have it on my tracking. House Bill 1255. Still in a pre-amended version online. The committee's it's like it is on House floor work today, meaning it has come out of the House committee. Means it will come over to the Senate. I'm happy to provide a briefing to the board. I'm not prepared to do that today, but if it's of concern, even without major water components, to the board, staff will of course act at your direction.
I think that's all right, that they're connected, so I was just curious, but I don't think we need to have that. Director Whitmore?
No, I think what he said is that saying there's been no change to the water, I mean, I'm not understanding the reluctance to make changes on the water, or was it just not discussed?
It was not discussed, to my understanding, last night on 213. That bill still has a long road to haul. I was in talking with Senator Robertson and hearing his comments at committee last night. He's secured, I think it's fair to describe it as a commitment from the bill sponsors to continue the conversation and potential amendments on what the River District and others see as controversial water components of Senate Bill 213.
Thank you. Director Munger.
So I was confused about the rural resorts or whatever, the coverage of those and who was going to be covered. Does that mean like communities like Hayden that have 1,800 people that also have a bus coming from Steamboat would be covered by this same law?
At least 20 bus trips a day is the criteria. I'd be happy to talk with CML and find out, but my guess is that yes, Hayden might very well fall into that category.
20 trips a day though.
So
And
Port Transit, we don't have to pay attention to it.
That's an incentive right there.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Staff will continue to work on 213 and we'll do our best to keep you in the loop, and we'll be actively engaged in any conversation related to the water components of the bill. So.
Anything else?
Okay.
Zane, what's next?
Look, okay, thank you. I was having a little trouble hearing. Next, I want to talk with the board about a bill that is in its draft form, but that is likely to move very quickly with potential introduction within minutes, if not certainly within hours, and potential hearing as soon as tomorrow. This is related to the drought security conversation that the board is aware of. It is not a legislative action like the NGO or the collaborative draft that we've discussed in the past, or the version that was the problematic and untenable version that was circulated by the state earlier this year. In lieu of that form of legislative action, Senator Roberts and Speaker McCluskey, as well as Senator Bridges and Representative McCormick, are proposing a bill to create a drought security task force, or a drought task force. I believe that Peter or staff have provided you with a printout of the most recent draft that I've been able to obtain. But the bill would create the Colorado River Drought Task Force. It has some requirements on that task force meeting or reflecting the diversity of the state and having specific experience in a wide range of water issues. Task force would meet in the interim, beginning no later than the end of July, and hold up to 12 meetings this year. The River District and Southwestern are specifically listed, as are 2 seats for West Slope Agriculture, 2 Western Slope local governments that are also water providers. It would have 2 Trans Mountain diverters, representatives from the state, including the State Engineer's Office and the Department of Natural Resources, industrial water representatives, and others. And the primary intention of that bill, as is spelled out in the draft, as I understand it, would be to discuss collaborative programs that the River District, Southwestern, and the state would work together to try and implement, that would be voluntary, temporary, and compensated. It would include the components of the 2018 demand management policy statement from the Colorado Water Conservation Board. And also included in that statement, but specifically spelled out, is that it would not, these programs would not have a disproportionate impact on any sub-basin or region of the state. The appointment authority is pretty interesting. Let me get to that section of the bill. And Peter and Jason, feel free to chime in. I know you've had a chance to review this, but the appointments would be made by a variety of players, but would retain within, appointment authority would be retained largely by the General Assembly. I think this is largely in response to a unproductive conversation that our West Slope legislators have attempted to have with the state and others around the possibility of legislation this session or in a subsequent session. And as a result, I think this is a clear signal from key legislators at the state capitol that they would like to move forward and codify a collaborative approach. My expectation is that there will be some pushback from folks within the Capitol, be they Trans Mountain Diverters or certain agencies within the state. At my first look at this looks balanced. It looks as though it is representative of the affected communities of such programs, or the communities that would be mostly impacted by such programs, and specifically includes the conservation districts that were created in more than 80 years ago to represent and protect the interest of those communities. This is going to move quickly. I would welcome additional thoughts or comments from the general manager or from council. I'd like to engage in a conversation with the board about a recommended position of support if this drops or if this is introduced in the coming minutes, and if it does maintain its current makeup and parameters. So with that, maybe I'll stop talking and ask for questions or comments.
Here, Peter.
Thanks, Zane. I think that's a good summary. I think it's important to reiterate that what is being proposed is simply a task force to make recommendations to the interim committee or to the Water Resources Committee on the topics that are addressed. Doesn't drive it one way or the other. And it's a way to keep that conversation alive for that we've talked about whether that's a good thing or not, but it keeps it alive in a way that is at least invites and contemplates our participation, the River District's participation in that. Couple of things I would point out that it does ask the task force to weigh in on is addressing the respective roles and obligations of the board of the CWCB, the state, and the conservation districts in implementing such a program. It doesn't tip the hat one way or the other, just seeks to have that input. And in my mind, it addresses the other uses that were, I think, heard some concerns about the tail wagging the dog, maybe on some of those other uses in a way that I think is a fair balance, I guess, a little bit more reduced than the language that was in some of those drafts of the other bills. Keeps our constituents at both, the agricultural producers and the conservation groups at the same table in a way that doesn't drive that one way or the other. That would be my initial input on it. Andy?
Yeah, I think you, Zane and Peter covered primarily our issues with it. I think it is given our discussion over system conservation and potential demand management earlier, I think what our legislators here are trying to do is create a seat for the river district in Southwest, as well as some others affected parties, the West Slope Agriculture, West Slope Industry, to have a seat at the table to design and participate in these conversations. Because there hasn't been a displayed willingness to have our district in Southwest and others at the table. So this is basically constructing that table for a conversation. I think I appreciate the effort of the speaker and Senator Roberts for putting this together, and I think it deserves this board's very close examination and frankly support. It does not contain everything we would like to see in it, but that's the nature of the legislative beast. I think that it is, as I said, creating a table for us to sit at instead of having it yanked out from underneath us.
So I had a question along those lines. Where is CWCB in here? Would that be an appointment by DNR? And does CWCB have any push to accept these recommendations of the task force or participate in any way, or are they a separate?
As, and Zane weigh in, but I think as Zane suggested that the draft contemplates 2 appointees from the state, one being from the state engineer or his designee, and then the executive director of DNR. So that would be, within the discretion of the executive director as to who to appoint from, whether that would be somebody from the CWCB or the state's commissioner to the UCRC. Just leave that up to that. And I don't think there's any, nor do I think there necessarily should be any requirement that the CWCB be required to accept the recommendations.
So this is an advisory board only. Who does it actually advise? Who's it sit under to actually give the advice?
It actually sits underneath the legislature to report back to the legislature.
But it doesn't go through Becky Mitchell or doesn't go.
Goes to it advises or recommends actions for the legislature to take with respect to the subject matter of this task force.
So at first blush, this is much better than the other alternatives that we've been talking about, whether it's the NGO bill or whether it's the DNR bill. I mean, this is so, this, in my years of public service, this is a typical way to kick the can down the road, which I'm fine with that too. At least we'll have some time to think about it and create a task force and spend some time and come up with the collaboration. So I don't know, I just think this is a no-brainer. This is a great outcome out of the whole thing for right now, in my mind. So, sorry.
Director McGinnis and then Director McMillan.
I agree with that, but Andy, you said it didn't include everything we wanted in there. What was the most significant thing that we wanted to see?
I can chime in on one, Andy, if that's okay, Director McGinnis. One thing we struggled with was trying to have the full contents of the 2018 demand management policy framework included, principle 4 of the conceptual framework within the water plan as it relates to Trans Mountain diversions. These are policy statements and documents that don't necessarily exist within the statutes, and to refer back to them has been difficult. I think we've struck a pretty good chord though with what we got, or what Dylan has included, what Senator Roberts has included here. That has it largely contains the the components of that demand management statement by reference. It includes, again, temporary, voluntary, and compensated, and that program recommendations must be consistent with that principle 4. So it's not as specific as we had recommended, but I think we've got enough to rest easy.
Dr. Whitmore.
This is kind of minor, but I think actually it could be kind of important. On page 8, line 26, it says reduce or mitigate, and there's a note over at the top of 9, should that be addressed? I think that change in language would be huge. So there's no specific direction, but that the programs address interstate commitments. I mean, that would just be a suggestion, but I would concur with Director Munger. This is a huge improvement in anything else we've discussed.
So back to your question, Madam Chair. I'm looking here, am I just missing the role of the Colorado Water Conservation Board? I see the makeup and I can't really see.
It's not, it's the Colorado Water Conservation Board sits within the Department of Natural Resources. The head of the Department of Natural Resources has an appointee either to him or his designee. And that's.
So the DNR.
He represents DNR.
And that's one person.
And then there's the SEO office.
Yes, yes.
Which is also with it. Which is also with it. So DNR has.
So it may or may not include.
Right.
Yeah.
How many people total? 16?
15 as it stands, I believe.
One industrial throws it off. Everybody else
Right.
15.
Right, the industrial user is a West Slope industrial user that figured since some of this conversation is potentially about their water, they should be at the table.
I will note, I heard just about an hour ago that that's at least one industrial user that we speak with, and I would consider them a partner organization, is requesting that there be 2 industrial water users on the task force. I've been asked to join a meeting with the speaker and with Senator Roberts later today, where I'm sure that and other requests from other stakeholders will be discussed. My goal would be, with the appropriate direction from this board, to maintain as closely as possible the current scope and parameters of the task force as drafted.
I would agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we start adding more industrial, then we need to add more ag, and then we need to add more
Other
this.
local government.
Yeah.
And I do believe that this, as it's drafted, does a good job of giving everybody an equal seat at the table. Again, we've got the affected communities. We do have space in there for the Trans Mountain diverters, specifically one that provides water to agricultural use and one that provides water for municipal use. I don't think, politically speaking, as nice as it would be to have a task force that is made up entirely of West Slope entities, I don't believe that we would be able to get anything through this legislature or ultimately come up with meaningful recommendations if it were assailed from the beginning as being imbalanced.
Moreover, they are potential participants in any such programs. And so if we are, making the point that they ought to contribute, well, they ought to have a seat at the table.
Fair enough, yeah.
Very good point.
Jane, we don't have a bill number on this. Are you looking for just sort of general nod, or are you looking for a position of support on draft as written, or what would be most helpful to you?
I might lean a little bit on counsel on this because I don't know if it's a variance from your normal practice, but if I may be candid and tell you what I think I could use. If this bill is introduced today, there's the potential that it has a hearing as soon as tomorrow. I wouldn't want for it to be heard without me being able to speak to the merit of the current structure and the current parameters as drafted. So I think some sort of motion to support the current draft that's in front of you. And again, this is where I might look to council to help me instruct the motion, but or to the general manager. Having the ability to participate in a hearing with a position of support in concept at the very least would be, I think, meaningful to both the speaker and to the senator, and it would help me to engage with other members at the Capitol from a supportive position. I'm sorry for if that's vague.
No, I think that was well said, Zane. I would encourage the board to look at this as appropriate to vary from your standard policy of not endorsing or taking positions on bills that have yet to be introduced. This bill is on the verge of being introduced. Sounds like it will move quickly. It is a subject matter of great concern to this board, that this board folks on water community have a seat at this table that we'd like to construct. This is a good outcome with some legislators that have worked very hard, and I think they need our support. Supporting it in concept should be the appropriate motion. It would allow Zane to appear in front of a hearing, should there be one, before you meet next year.
Although it's more than in concept, I think we want to support the membership
Yes.
and
I was gonna
and
say-
the charge.
And that if substantively amended, that might be problematic to our conceptual support. Yeah. I have a quick question, Zane. What's the role of the Water Resources and Agricultural Review Committee in all this? Is this task force going to report to them? Is that where the recommendation goes? I'm just kind of, under the definitions, the committee, and then at the very end, it looks like stuff goes to the committee in the end. I'm just curious.
And I'll note, at least provide some of my insider baseball understanding. I think that certain legislators saw the need for, and this is reflected in the draft, but the need for the task force to report to the interim committee, and for that task force and for the interim committee to be apprised of what the task force is doing. Because of the technical nature and the legal nature of this kind of conversation, I think it was recognized by certain legislators that this is best done by the stakeholders themselves and reporting to the interim committee with recommendations. As opposed to more normally, you see something sent to the interim committee themselves to unpack, discuss, and research potential possibilities. In this case, the task force is doing the work. The task force is coming up with recommendations, and those recommendations will be made to the committee no later than, I think it's December 15th of 2023.
One of the reasons that it's coming to the interim water committee is that we are standing.
Right.
So this allows the report to be made to the committee, that if there's a bill to be drawn out of that task force information, it will be drawn out of the interim committee sponsored by the people that are on that committee, and then work its way through the legislature. So this is the place for it to come.
Thank you.
Director Munger?
Yeah, just real quickly, at dinner last night, we talked a little bit about the in-stream flow concept initially. And it was the minimum amount required to achieve. And I'm very concerned here about that we have some type of language in there that it's the minimum amount, even if it's temporary. But anyhow, I don't think we should willy-nilly go out there and acquire all these water rights, even if they're temporary, compensated and the rest. But we ought to just get enough to cover what we need to cover. So I don't know how does that make sense?
It does, and that may get into a further discussion. You know, this board's gonna appoint somebody to, if this gets passed in the way it is written, that we'll get, you will appoint somebody. I think there's a desire by the board to give some guidance, I would hope, and to that person who's appointed. And so that kind of discussion
But
would
at the same point in time, it would seem like it should be legislatively driven by this bill, that it says it's the minimum amount required.
Yeah, I would say the language in there regarding the environment has been a very, very delicate balance in there and not, I mean, Zane can speak to it, but I don't know that we have the ability to.
That's all.
Upsetting.
I just wanted to bring the point up.
And I'd just also point out that while some of this water in theory could be used to support an in-stream flow water right, it is not necessarily for in-stream flow water right purposes.
No, I
It wouldn't have
understand that too.
Okay.
I think part of the reason for the task force and being able to say this is to let that group look at what could be done. Then that information comes back and you start to winnow it down to where this is what we should be doing. This is something we ought to be a little careful of. But you're not putting sideboards on that task force from the very beginning and allowing them to look at the state of Colorado, particularly the Colorado River, as to what could be done and what could and maybe should be done. That's the benefit of this task force.
I thought it was temporary, but I don't see that in here. It just says voluntary and compensated.
I thought the word was there.
It prohibits any acquisition of water rights from being permanent, or requires that any acquisition of water right be temporary. It may be the reverse.
Number 3 on page 8 does say voluntary.
Voluntary temporary.
Director Haas, did you?
Yeah, but I would just add, I mean, we probably should have started here like 4 months ago. So can we, I'd love to make a motion to support staff's recommendation of being able to support in concept, recognizing that if there's some significant amendments, we might want to revisit our position, but at least giving staff the authority to tentatively support.
Okay, we have a motion by House, second by Beckley. Zane, does that motion get you what you need?
I think it does. Yes, it does. I may report to the Secretary of State that we are still in neutral or amend, because I'm limited in what I can. It's support, oppose, amend, or neutral are my only 4 options, but I will navigate that and ensure that we've got a formal position listed that allows us to participate in the process.
Any other comments, questions?
I apologize for mine today. I've got some real job issues that I have to.
This is a real job too.
I understand that this falls into what I'm doing as well. So
Thank you for being here.
I don't know if how this fits in or appropriate. I'm not great at this, nor am I a great politician, nor do I claim to be one. But I look at to where we're looking at racial and ethnic diversity. Customs and cultures seem to be something pretty important to Western Slope as well. I hear that repeatedly, and that's something that actually, when you go through federal permitting review process, that's actually called out specifically the customs and culture, because that's what made Western Slope. So, and these are just suggestions. I mean, that's all it is. So, and I just want folks to kind of consider that. And then the last thing that I have that I wanted, that when I read this was, I believe, and this might be more appropriate for the task force as a suggestion to review, but determine if reasonable contingency is available should conservation take place. Once you buy and dry and you pass it down, there ain't no bringing it back. And you
Buy and dry.
Not for right.
Once you do a voluntary temporary compensated process, and if you over voluntary temporary compensate agriculture, you shut that water down. That water goes by, you may have a drought year that happens again and then again. You have basins, you have even sub basins, smaller basins that they have no contingency. That is their contingency, is what that irrigated water does into the ground. Once it's gone, and if you have people play into that program, that contingency is hence removed. They have no storage, is where I'm basically going. That agricultural return flow is their storage. That's where I'm going. That, to me, should be something of absolute review. So if you don't have it, you don't have the ability to back your system up once it's gone.
So something to direct our river district appointee to take a close look at.
Yeah, and I don't know if it fits into there, I don't know, but to me, that's something that needs to be reviewed as well.
All right, we have a motion on the table to support this draft bill as is in front of us now. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Zane.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Everybody-
That is all I have on state affairs. In the interest of time, I would bring your attention to the federal affairs memo in your packet. Let you know that I've just returned from DC, where was able to meet with a number of federal agencies, as well as all staff from the Colorado congressional delegation. We did not prioritize meetings with individual members on this trip, but it was part of the Water Congress Federal Affairs Committee staff briefings that we do annually each spring. Nothing major to report there. I think there's a solid statewide consensus on the importance of ensuring that the Upper Colorado and San Juan recovery programs move forward without unnecessary partisan hangups. I will say we have some concern that committee staff on the House side is looking maybe too much at the federal price tag of this reauthorization without consideration for the state and private and industrial contributions to the program. We're going to have to work hard on that as a state in the coming weeks and months. And I think right now the primary focus of the Water Congress and for River District staff, one of our top priorities on the federal affairs side is the reauthorization of those important is not the appropriate word for it, but those critical programs. So we're working on that right now. There's a bit of uncertainty in the path, but I'm glad to know we have support within our Senate delegation as well as members of our House delegation in Colorado. Beyond that, many of you have heard or read in the memo that we did work extensively with Senate staff to help prepare and try to influence a congressional delegation trip along the Colorado River Basin that was to, in some ways, mimic what this board and the Southwestern board went on as a delegation on your lower basin tour. The trip was unfortunately canceled due to inclement weather and high winds. So their flyover of Western Colorado was canceled. And due to the delays, the remainder of their trip downriver was canceled as well. So in some ways it worked out for us because we got plenty of FaceTime with Senator Lummis of Wyoming and our two US senators, the Commissioner of Reclamation, Commissioner Tootin was present, as was her staff. And I know that Andy Mueller, our general manager, was able to present to a group that included those senators and federal agency representatives. And ultimately, I think it was a good use of our time. Anytime that we can get in and make a case for the Western Slope and the Upper Basin as a whole in front of our two US senators is a good opportunity. So beyond that, highlighted in your memo is we continue to work as closely as possible with all of our Senate offices, as well as our House offices as well. And then the last thing I did not highlight was General Manager Mueller's testimony in front of the House Natural Resource Committee's Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries Subcommittee. That subcommittee can be a It can be tough from a political perspective. You've got opinions that across the spectrum on that subcommittee. I would say that our staff and the general manager did an excellent job threading the needle and making sure that our primary interests and concerns were highlighted.
Questions, comments on the federal affairs report? And we did get a copy of Andy's comments, which were.
That's right.
Okay, don't see any questions for you, Zane.
Thank you so much.
Um,
Onward.
Yeah, I just want to pause for a moment. So if this, going back to state affairs for a moment, if this bill passes, the question for the board is, yeah, an appointment, which you can do. We'll have some meetings after this that you can appoint somebody. But we have policies in place that have guided staff in a lot of these discussions. I've heard from at least one director desire to hone additional policies in the event a committee like this is set up, and given the kind of fast moving dynamics that exist. This committee looks like it will probably first convene sometime immediately following our July board meeting. So the question is, do you wish to give us further guidance on policies that you would like to see from the board or from the staff to you to discuss and develop? Do you feel as though the policies you have are sufficient? We certainly, I would just say, the discussions amongst a lot of different interest groups leading up to this bill that appears to be about to be introduced were contentious, that I think several of you directors referenced those and said that, our reputation potentially, I don't think you use this word, was potentially sullied among certain of our core constituents because we were out there engaging in these discussions. Staff feels like we followed our policies and directions from the board very closely in those discussions. I would say I feel like we have good direction from the policies and also from your board. That's why our staff sits at these meetings, is to make sure we hear the nuances of your discussions and abilities to make sure we're following your direction. But if you would like further policy, we need to hear that from you and then take that and put it together for you and get it back. So that's just mine.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate that there are policies in place and there's a strategic plan in place. What I just, building off Director Gray's idea yesterday I think would be helpful is, can we pull from those different policies to have them in one place as a starting point? Because there's an ag policy, there's also a multi-benefit kind of policy. Like, how do we pull all those together so that all of us have some confidence, and even if we get asked, that we have a cheat sheet essentially in one place? And then there might be some variables that are specific to this conversation that we could have as a discussion that are maybe even not covered in our policies. So I wasn't imagining we do a bunch more work, or you would do a bunch more work, that it would just be kind of pulling it together so we can see what we're talking about.
I'd be happy to create a summary, unless the board directs otherwise. We intend to reconvene you in a special meeting next Thursday. And so before that, I'd be happy to coordinate an effort where we put all of those different both policies and pieces of our strategic plan that are relevant to this discussion and present it back to you in a memo form so you have it. You can say, yeah, that's good, or we need this, or let's talk a little bit more about these issues. I mean, that helps us. The last thing we need as a district is for that trust between the board and staff to be questioned, and make sure that we are operating in the same direction as the board as a whole would like us.
And I concur. I think it would be a good thing to just summarize the policies, and not so much to direct staff. I think staff's been doing a great job. I think staff does understand what the board's perspectives are. But I think it might be helpful for, and when you're negotiating. So that people who maybe are thinking it's just, our staff talking. I think it might be useful to have something that helps everyone understand it's the board's position. It's not just staff. And so that would be why I would want to move forward with it.
We have 15 policies saying.
Zane, do you know how many we have?
I don't know what N equals. I deal with on a triennial basis, but I can ask Lindsay or Stephanie to pull that up for us.
Present time, but
But yeah, it'd be helpful for new directors to just have it all in one.
For us to talk to our constituents about, here's what we're advocating for as the district.
Right.
So and I thank you for your suggestions. I agree. But I think it could, as we look at our current policies and try to bring them all together, it could trigger that this needs some further looking at. And I'm not suggesting 170 vetted wordsmith rules, and I'm not suggesting 70. I'm more suggesting 7 or some small little handful of things that it seems like will need to be addressed as this task force moves ahead, that has nothing necessarily to do with the River District's position being way different than maybe some others. But for instance, it comes to my mind, if legislation were to be proposed from what we've seen on the drafts that we've seen, there wasn't any guidelines of triggers of when is it going to be that drought security purchases or acquisitions need to happen, and when do they not need to happen based on hydrology and so on. And if they happen, if there's not a need for drought security water, do they happen at all going forward? Because preserve and protect, and yeah, I'm honing on agriculture because that's 80% of the water, and Western Slope is where it's going to come from. So, so I'm thinking, well, preserve and protect agriculture is already what we say we're going to do. How are we going to do it in this context? To me, and maybe that's what you're saying, bringing that, okay, preserve and protect agriculture, not looking to micromanage, but looking to help whoever the staff is attending those task force meetings and be able to say, our boards preserving and protecting agriculture, this is what we mean by that, such as measuring how much leasing of ag water are we going to do if it's not, and who's going to decide when it's necessary. This is kind of an open-ended, we got lots of money, we might just do a lot of it all the time. And that's not preserving and protecting agriculture in that mind. So that's just one example that I think thoughtful going forward, not to micromanage and to set some parameters. So whoever, whether it's you, Peter, or someone else that's our representative, doesn't have to always be saying, I'll have to take that back to the board. If it's those key parameters, like I said, I'm not looking for 170 rules or 70 rules, but some,
10.
Yeah, some little handful that we've thoughtfully created. So I guess that's what I really have, we've been thinking about this before, and with what we've got here, we now have an avenue to be at the table thoughtfully, reasonably, what any normal, reasonable person would do. That's logical. That's the kind of stuff we want to provide for ourselves to be spokesman for. And I would say some of these task force members won't be near as versed in the things, the possible fallouts of possible things that they'll probably be single interest. And we're obligated to be multiple interest. So therefore we need to talk about multiple.
And I think we have a good start at that. Where I'm happy to put what I think are the relevant provisions together that we already have. If you want, I can, insert a section that says, so here's some additional areas you might consider.
Perfect. Got to start somewhere.
So we have a path forward to take a look at what we have. Our general manager will see if he's knows he can hold in there.
No. I like the offense.
Discussion.
Now we just have this little annual policy review and discussion. I saw people beginning to pack up.
Do I need more coffee? I guess I can stay after since I've been out in the hallway more.
I think I can make it easy, and I think that last conversation was a good segue into the four policies that are up for final adoption by the board today or additional revisions. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll dive into those.
Please.
The first two on your list did not have any suggested changes by staff or the board during your first quarterly meeting. These are the interstate water marketing and the Colorado River compacts and entitlements. We believe that these in their current form serve us well. And I'm sorry, I may have misspoken. Staff did make changes to these that were available for your review at the first quarterly meeting. There were no additional revisions suggested by the board on these two. So with that being said, staff would like to present interstate water marketing and Colorado River, PDF viewers screwing up on me, Colorado River compacts and entitlements to you for final adoption.
Interstate water marketing policy is found at page 457 of your PDF packet. And Colorado River compact and entitlements is found at page 461.
All right, so we will take them one at a time. Interstate water marketing, any comments, questions? Director Vandenbrink.
I'm guessing when I read the furthermore, about the private or public entity, oppose that. Does that include SCP? I'm just clarifying. I know it doesn't say it, but to me, it seems like SCP would fit, we're very well into that category.
And our legal counsel.
Can you point to the language again?
Furthermore, the River District, this is the second paragraph, will oppose any private or public entity attempting to engage in the interstate marketing of water decree for the use of the state, for use in the state of Colorado.
I don't think that's what was contemplated by interstate. That a program like SCP was contemplated to be covered by that provision. It was more the the actual transaction of water to one basin to the other. That said, when in the prior SCP, it was truly a pilot project. It was funded in part by Reclamation and also by the city or the Denver Water Board and the large municipal providers in the lower basin, Met, Southern Nevada Water Authority, and Central Arizona Project. And at that time, the River District had a direct involvement in the System Conservation Project approvals. And we were in fact the contracting entity for some of those. And we refused at my direction to take money from the lower basin for system conservation. I would imagine that I would still keep that same position. We're not going to take lower basin money for system conservation or demand management projects.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions on water marketing? Do I have a motion? Motion by Director Whitmore, second by Catlin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Approved. All right, next is Colorado River compacts and entitlements.
And that is, I think, two policies down in your packet.
And Zane, I did have a question on the paragraph that starts with the 1922 compact negotiators. And it talks about unresolved issues between upper and lower basin states and Mexico. I wondered if we needed to add unresolved tribal water issues, or just it felt like maybe we left out a chunk of the problem there.
My thought on that particularly, if I might comment on that, is that at least within the river district boundaries, since we do not have tribal entities within our boundaries, it's not as though those issues are not necessarily impactful within the boundaries as a whole, but they're, we have not taken the lead, at least on those particular issues, because of we don't have tribal reservations within our boundaries.
When we do discuss Mexican treaty obligations, it felt like the same kind of.
Yes and no, and then the tribal water entitlements would come from within each state's allocation. And so it's not as though the use of those and the consumptive use of quantified but unused tribal entitlements might have an impact, particularly within those areas where those tribes boundaries exist. But it is not as though it is a new allocation within, it's going to add to the 17.5 million acre feet of water that was allocated on paper under the law of the river. Up to the board, you can include it if you so desire, for sure, but in my opinion, it's not absolutely necessary in this.
We have the comments.
So on the red line, the bottom red line portion there, well, I guess both and above that as well. Any development of new Trans Mountain or, no, excuse me, not just Trans Mountain, water uses must be developed in a manner that minimizes the risk of compact curtailment. I don't understand that, because any development, one acre foot minimum affects compact deliveries. I mean, are we saying we won't have any new development?
I think the intent was, again, if I could speak out of turn, Madam Chair.
Yes.
There is to draw a distinction between that first sentence, which talks about minimizing the risk on existing uses. From that would be encompass new West Slope development. And the second sentence would be may not increase the risk, more prohibitive for new Trans Mountain diversions. I see that as consistent and in line with the principle 4 of the conceptual framework in the water plan, which talks about these very issues and the development of a insurance program, which is another word for the management, reserve, secure, whatever you want to call it. And that language expressly contemplates protecting existing uses, some modicum or some degree of increased water development on the western slope, but not protecting a new Trans Mountain diversion. In other words, the new Trans Mountain diversion would have to live on its own security plan and not increase the risk on existing users at all. That's my interpretation of that. We can certainly change that language around a little bit in the first sentence, but I think that the first sentence, other than the addition of West Slope, has been in the existing policy.
It has. I guess I'm just kind of like, we talked yesterday about diligence on our water rights, and I support doing our diligence 100%. But if we are contemplating further development of any kind, then we're not minimizing the risk to compact curtailment. And then harm to existing uses. And one of the things in the White River, and I'm not sure what other basins have, was we have all these conditionals that are pretty old and pretty big in the White River. And does that then mean maybe we should be opposers in those diligence cases, because they got to do diligence as well. And that's contrary to anything the river district has ever done, and yet it would be in line that with the Colorado River water uses of development must be minimized to, we must minimize the risk of compact curtailment, which means those big, pretty old conditional water rights are, and I don't know what Alden thinks about this, but they're a risk. So I don't know, where do we fit in? And I'm having a hard time dovetailing this language with the reality we're in. And I'm throwing it out that I don't have answers. I have more questions always than answers.
Director Kaplan, and then.
Well, my question would be, are you positive we don't have any water left to develop?
No, and that's
So that's the reason that I think we say something like that, because no, we still believe there's water left to develop, and that wouldn't impact the call downstream.
what developing water.
Water that's still ours to develop. Nobody has said no more water, period, the end. It's in this environment that we're in right now, rather than the availability of water down the road.
It is, but on one hand, we're talking about paying existing users to not use water, and on the other hand, we're talking about developing new
But
water.
that's in response to a major crisis, rather than the long-term. You're assuming we're going to be in this crisis forever, or that we have some water left to develop. In my opinion, we still have water left to develop. It's just nature hasn't delivered it for us to use.
I hear you. I just think that there's no one's going to develop new water if they don't have a firm yield of some kind. And if we have a policy that tells us, well, we're going to oppose anything that adds to the risk of compact curtailment, we've put ourselves in a box of conflict, it seems like to me. But don't get me wrong, I think we have water to develop, and I hate to see us having in our policy any language that says we can't develop our water somewhere. So I'm throwing it out there. As I say, I have questions but not answers.
Director McGinnis and Director Whitmore.
Well, it seems to me to address what Tom's saying, I agree with his concept. Just replace the words and put with consideration of the risk of compact curtailment. That way it's considered and it's not mandated, and it's a pretty simple fix, I think.
I think it's okay the way it's written. I think when we were doing this and working on this before, minimize was not intended to say there's no new opportunities for development. There are augmentation plans, there may be water available during certain times, and most entities that look at developing new water evaluate availability, considering the conditional rights that are still out there. I think the strong statement in this was that while West Slope continues to be able to develop some waters while nevertheless minimizing any risk, transmit diversions we know are a risk because it's 100% consumptive use, whereas uses on the West Slope are less. So I think it's okay the way it's written.
Okay, it might be. I'm confused because I think there's a real risk if this thing we just talked about becomes some kind of legislation next year for federal money to be used to purchase or lease ag rights. I'll go back to the White River. Those conditional water rights are industrial. And so you could have the wrong people go ahead and buy those conditionals and develop them now for downstream delivery. And here we're sitting, I don't know that we're gonna be able to address that, or we should address it in this task force or something. I don't know. But those are big. How much water is there? I can't remember. all
About a
that.
500,000 acre feet, and it's about 75% consumptive, 50%, big chunk of it is. There's a reason we watch them very close.
Yeah, but now we might have a mechanism to just send it down the river as an alternate because they're industrial and they can be acquired.
Yeah.
Zane, you have any help for us here?
I don't know that I do, to be honest. I think this is a tough question to grapple with. Staff believes that as drafted, this has served us well in the past, and the additions have helped to strengthen the policy. I'd be happy to try to think through some of the comments provided. And we don't have to adopt this today, so or re-adopt it today. I'd be happy to think through it and come back with some suggestions at your next quarterly. But ultimately, the policies, we will follow board direction, and ultimately, and I'm sorry to pass the buck here, but I think some clearer level of direction might be helpful.
And I'm sorry, I would just say, I think this language, I think Director Gray is correct to point out that it is a curious use of the language, English language in this sentence. It is a careful balance that I think the board tried to strike in writing this policy previously. There's a pretty good question as to whether or not and how much water is left to be developed, and or what hydrologic feature may exist or may not. And I think the board, my recollection is the board has spent many discussions on this, and not to say that we can't always improve on it, but just this is the product of a lot of compromise and nuance, and it is nuanced because we're saying we really don't think there's any water for TMDs. I think there might be for us, but when it's our development on the west side, we do need to minimize the potential of it forcing us into a compact violation. And why is that? Because if we force it into a compact violation by developing water on Western Colorado, we screw all of our pre-compact ag rights.
Yes.
And those are the senior rights that currently we actually, I'm pretty sure everyone here values. So there is that balance there, right? And I'm worried that we could really screw the balance up on this.
Well, I am too, and I guess that's what I'm asking. And I do think the landscape is about to change with what we're talking about with legislation, where there's going to be money available to do some things that we hadn't thought of before. I wouldn't mind, personally, I wouldn't mind for staff to research what Zane's saying. Zane is suggesting, come back and I'd be very happy if you tell them, I think your fears are unfounded. Here's what we thought through, but at least let's think it through.
Okay, I'm happy to have Zane think it through.
Anything else to do, I know.
So this will come back to us in July.
Okay. The next policy for your, I will remind the board that 4 policies up this year were quite timely, as they always are. The next for your review is Trans Mountain Diversions. The board did not have any recommended changes beyond staff changes that were presented at your first quarterly meeting. General Manager Mueller, myself, and others did see the need for some additional language, which is highlighted in yellow for you at the bottom of the first paragraph, and a couple of smaller changes below, but all within the policy statement. And I think they're deserving of your review and feedback.
Questions, comments on Trans Mountain water diversions? Director Van.
Just one, and I'm in the first highlighted area. Is climate change the right thing? Because I hear the river district and other entities using aridification. I don't know. They're two are kind of interchangeable. Climate change is more political in my opinion, but that's up to personal definition, you know. And I'm not going to beat it up. If you want to keep it, keep it. But is aridification probably a better term to put in there?
You know, our policies are actually in our strategic plan has climate change throughout. And so if we're going to make that change, it's a big one to revise. I mean, call it what you will, climate change has become a political football. Should it be? I don't, in my opinion, I mean, I'm extremely nonpartisan. I don't think it should be political. I think it should just be, you know, whatever word we use, I'd rather not set off one side or the other of that political spectrum. We are experiencing a situation where it has been hotter and drier and it is impacting our water users and it will likely continue. So
So make the change to everything. Then. Yeah. No, I don't want to do that because it's tit for tat. I mean,
Why make a prediction?
If I may chime in as well, I think that these policies and this policy is even more so than some others important for staff direction. And we use this in conversations at the state capitol and on the Front Range. I think that the reference to climate change is important when you consider the way that this problem is viewed by many others, maybe outside of Rio Blanco County or some areas on the West Slope. And so I think it is important from a messaging perspective to send a clear signal that we're concerned about this. So
it's more than just Rio Blanco County, Mason.
Yes,
County.
sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
as are a number of our counties.
Yes, but I get it. I'm not going to argue with it. So.
Director Munger.
Yeah, so I don't think we need to, worry about the climate change or the aridification, because nowhere in here do we talk about the cause of what's causing whatever's happening.
It just says due to, yeah.
There is, I mean, I'm suggesting this addition, and I don't want Zane to get beat up. This is my sentence in yellow that I'm suggesting. And I think that it is, as I pointed out to Eric this morning, we haven't stopped hearing about desires for new TMDs or enlargements. Your policy on system conservation pilot projects, in which we, as a district, indicated that we would not be interested in continuing system conservation or some other conservation program if there were new TMDs moving forward, set off a number of Front Range entities and they got very upset with us over language. And why would they get upset with us?
I get it.
The only reason I can think of is that they actually think there's more water over here to come get. So I wanted our policies to be pretty clear on this, so that I can point to our policies and say. That's pretty simple. Yeah, so.
I move approval of the Trans Mountain Water Diversions Policy as proposed.
Second.
All right, motion by Whitmore, second by Vandenbrink. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that one's adopted, and we have one more.
The final policy for your review this quarter is, pardon me, my PDF viewer is not working with me today. Funding policy, water infrastructure and programs, minor revisions requested at the January quarterly meeting, which should be reflected in yellow.
459.
Thank you, Andy.
In yellow, sorry, I'm putting that up on the board right now. If you look at the.
And it's in the bottom, no changes to the actual policy statement, but believe it was a request by Director Gray that we add in some language to this point that it again is highlighted in yellow next to last paragraph.
It was Director Vandenbrink may have requested this.
Thank you for the reminder, Andy.
And it is up on it is the second last paragraph of the comments. We did add that paragraph.
And gets more to the point of permitting costs.
With that change, staff is recommending adoption, but that's up to you.
All right, comments or questions on this policy on infrastructure?
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Gray, second by Whitmore, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion is approved. All right.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Zane.
Thanks, Zane. Have fun over there.
Do my best.
Future meetings, we have on here, I will just say, we do not have our biannual meeting, so I apologize, that was an oversight by me. Bi-weekly meetings, excuse me, or bi-monthly, I guess it is, every other week, we'll put it that way. We have one next Thursday. With everything going on at the legislature, I would think we'd want to keep that one on the agenda at noon next Thursday. Third quarterly is July 18th and 19th right here. We will do a barbecue that night here in the backyard. The budget workshop has been set. The day after the budget workshop is our annual seminar. And we have a list of the remaining states of the river. Anybody and everybody is encouraged to attend. I really want to thank you, and you're now allowed to eat lunch because it's only 12:15. according to this agenda.
That's right. Yeah, thanks everybody for staying late, all the hard work. Hefty agenda. But important.
Are you adjourning the meeting?
Meeting is adjourned. Thanks to all the staff.